Good evening. I'm calling this meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education back to order. Item 4.0, 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led this evening by Superintendent Aguilar.
Thank you. Please stand. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 4.2, the broadcast statement, which will be read by our student board member, Eng Olson.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, February 9th at 6 o'clock p.m. and Monday, February 10th at noon, and also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you, Board Member Eng Olson. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes, Madam President. Two items to report out of closed session, both relating to settlement agreements regarding special education. The first one is case number 2019-070916. That was approved by 7-0 affirmative vote. The second announcement regarding a settlement agreement is OAH case number 2019-080-681, which was approved by 6 affirmative votes, with Vice President Pritchett voting no. That concludes the announcements out of closed session, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda? Do we have a second? All student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries. Item 7.0, public comment. Members of the public have an opportunity to address the board on non-agendized items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. You will, to fill out a yellow card for speaking, have 2 minutes with no more than 15 minutes per single topic so that we can hear as many individuals as possible. Do we have any public comments at this time?
We do. We have 25.
Okay.
So we'll do them in sets of 5.
Wait 1 second. Before we begin, since we have 25 public comments this evening and are going to have a pretty packed agenda related to the budget, we're going to be very firm in holding time. You can combine your public comments if you choose to, and we will be taking no more than 15 minutes per single topic. No, we'll do 2 minutes, 15 minutes per single topic. Thank you. Okay. Please go ahead.
Well,
Catalina, will you please let us know?
So the first 5 are Asher Breedlove, Michael Day, Estefan Brown, Kayla Motter, and Ali De Souza.
Okay. I do want to let groups know if you choose, you can come to the podium and as a group speak together and utilize your time 5 minutes for a group. Okay, please go ahead. Thank you.
We got a little bit out of order there. I'm Michael Day. I'm the father of Luke Day. Thank you for seeing us. As some of you have probably heard recently, room 28A at William Land School has had a rough year. We started with a teacher who was intent on retiring, came in without lesson plans, was unprepared, not a lot of instruction. This was followed up by consecutive sick days, which evolved into medical leave, which evolved into retirement, which evolved into a gap until the new teacher was coming in, all according to a standard process. But what that meant was that our kids have gone basically this entire school year without structured instruction. And they were starting to get scared, as our parents were, in terms of what was going to happen next year.
Oh,
Wow. I didn't know I had that effect on people.
Very impressive.
Yes.
and right on cue.
So, you know, there's a lot there that to be looked at. Are there structural issues that led to something like this happening, or to it not rising to the attention of the district as a whole? Certainly. But that's not what we were here for. Most of us are here about our kids. For the kids in 28A, how are we going to get them to the point where they'll be at grade level by the time the next school year starts, whether the fifth graders going up to sixth or sixth going on to middle school, as in Luke's case? And for that, we'd like to thank Board Member Morosky, hope I got your name right, Dr. Mackey, and the district for really stepping up here in the last couple days to come up with a mitigation plan that's going to give our kids a fighting chance to try and get up to grade level. I think some of the kids want to say something as well, but thank you for at least giving them a chance. There's a lot of hard work in front of these kids. But hard work isn't to be afraid of. Not having tools is something to be afraid of.
Thank you.
Asher?
Okay, yeah. So mine wasn't as long as his, but at William Land, there's a lot of issues. Several, maybe in at SUSD, the psychological. I can't speak.
It's okay, Asher. Please take your time.
The psychological.
Asher, I want you to know you can also submit your comment to us, and we can take your statement in writing if you would prefer.
Okay, because I can't speak.
Okay. Thank you so much, Asher. We appreciate your courage in coming out tonight. Oh, Asher, if you'll give us your statement, actually, we'll take it right over here with Miss Catalina.
Hi, I'm Luke Day. I'm the kid who was protesting to get more homework. It's not what I like. It's not that I like homework, because I don't, but I'm more afraid of being unprepared for middle school. Thank you for giving us the tools that we need to try and catch up.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez, our next round of speakers. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
And can you please reset the clock? Thank you.
Yeah. My name is, well, now I know how that other young man felt when you get up to the mic, right? Good evening. My name is Stephen Brown. I have 2 kids that went through the Sacramento Unified School District. It's an amazing, vibrant, and diverse district, and they are both thriving after they left the district. And for that, I wanted to give you a hearty thank you for doing such a great job of teaching my kids. But I'm here this evening actually as a community member and a business member, not just a father. I'm a realtor, and of course, community is very important to us. And in fact, we like to joke that there are 3 rules to real estate. Of course, location, 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 right? But the 4th rule that often comes up is school district, right? So school district is vitally important to not just realtors, but all of us, because we all live in this community. So I'm pro-kid first, but I'm pro-community second. And so what I'd like to ask is that the district and the teachers union get together, sit down in good faith, and keep in mind that when we help others, when we help enough others get where they want to go, then we all get where we want to go. And so we're counting on you and the teachers to do the right thing and get together. Thank you.
Thank you.
I came here for a different reason. My name is Kayla Mauder, and I am a parent, a volunteer school librarian, a previous employee of Saxony Unified School District, and I'm an advocate. I'd like to make a motion for a change in the date of this year's spring break. It has been a lingering thought for me to bring up, but I feel that now is an appropriate time that before the event occurs. As a parent of 4, 3 of which my kids go to school within the district, 1 attending Sutterville and 2 attending William Land. I also co-parent, and I encourage my kids to spend time with their loved ones, and I'd like to help alleviate some stress not only from myself, but from other parents possibly. Currently, we have spring break set up where you have a week off, and that weekend is right after your school gets out, the week off, and then Easter break, and what happens the next day? You go back to school. I'm sure some people don't like to have a Christmas or a birthday and then just go right back to work. So I'd like to propose that we bring up spring break and have it the week of the 13th. I don't know how this gets motion forward, but that was a suggestion and a comment and something that other parents than I have talked to.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good evening,
Yes,
Madam President,
so-
Honorable School Board.
Sorry, 1 second. We'll hold that for 1 second. We just had a school calendar notification that went out. Our school calendars are part of our collective bargaining process, but we will certainly take your suggestion back and discuss it as we're talking about our school calendar changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ali D'Souza. I am a most of the time Sacramento resident when I'm not in Beverly Hills. I'm an artist and filmmaker, but I've been involved in this community now for about 10 years. I'm here this evening for 2 programs, the Sacramento Performing Arts Program and the Girls Self-Esteem Program that utilize the old school building on Fruit Ridge Avenue. I say so because I'm one of the founding board members, saw it from its inception, emceed the first program there. And for 4 years now, I've been following it, some extensive events that have happened, which you're aware of, till present. And it seems to me that sometimes we have the best of intention, but sometimes we get off mission. So I'm going to propose some consideration and offer my services to maybe help mitigate what should be mitigated based on the missions that I see written here, that the Sacramento Unified School District puts children first. I don't know if that was a consideration when you outsourced the building's control to a man out in San Francisco, who for 4 years cannot return an email, he cannot return a text, and he cannot return a phone call, but you outsourced it to him. Were you thinking of putting children first when that happened? Then after the community utilized that building with your permission and got some programs going, another organization was brought in who has a worthy mission to help youth and educate them and solve some of the problems, be a stopgap when things happen. But these 2 programs, the Sacramento Performing Arts Program and the Girls Self-Esteem Program, and you can see these lovely young ladies behind me, I ask them to stand there. Because this is what is really necessary, not only in Sacramento, but in our country, to move it forward. To stop preventative and start at the source. So the difficulties that I've read in the journal and that I have followed on tape,
I'm
I
sorry,
will wind up
will you
one
be
minute, President
joining?
Ryan.
Will you be joining your time with the other speaker
Yes, I'm
cards?
the only one speaking.
Okay,
So-
so we're going to add 2 more minutes for the next speaker.
Thank you so much, President Ryan. So I'm hoping that my public comments, and I flew in from Beverly Hills to do so tonight, because I finally said enough was enough. Sometimes as human beings, we make mistakes, we get off intention, we get off mission. But the events that I'm reading about in the journal that has been kept, hearing on secret tapes, tells me that people are off mission and I have to come to the source. This property is under your control. Why it was outsourced, I don't know and can't understand, but having some familiarity with politics, what happens in business sometimes, I do understand. And I hope that's not the case. But I'm urging the members of this board to look at these young ladies, understand that the Girls Self-Esteem Program and the Sacramento Performing Arts Program have helped now dozens of children over the past decade to get off to a good start, not fall in the cracks, not be on drugs, not to be unwed mothers, and go on to do just what your mission says, to be vibrant members of our society. So with that, I'm going to close with this and ask you for that consideration. The cornerstone of this country is not the Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence. That's the mission of this country. And those men said the following in that document in the opening, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and among these is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And everything that we do in putting our children first is for pursuing their happiness and the happiness of our society and the macrocosm, if we do our job right. So respectfully, I ask you to reconsider some previous actions or to make a designated action to mitigate the circumstances at that school, oversee as you are Pro-Youth Council, Mr. Pace, and I offer my services. You have my email. My phone number is 310-595-7869. That's 310-595-7869. Let's mitigate the circumstances and the problems there on behalf of these young people and those that others serve.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
time. We actually have one board member question.
I actually just these young, beautiful women that came out here tonight. I'd just like to ask you guys your name and what school that you guys attend.
Would you each, for the record, come up to the microphone and say your name and the school you
Guys look
attend?
beautiful.
Hi, my name is Winnie Lena Gill. I'm 11 years old. When I grow up, I want to be the first female black president, and my title is Little Miss Capital City's Glamour Girl. Thank you. And my school is for EWCP, which is for Williams College Prep, a Fortune school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janelle, and I am 10 years old, and the school I attend to is California Montessori Project Capital Campus.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Salua Zion Rose Harris Brown, and I am 12 years old, and I go to Alice Boarding Waldorf School.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Araya Price, and I go to Elk Grove Elementary School.
Thank you, Zariah.
My name is Sanaya Thompson, and I go to Caroline Wenzel.
Thank you.
My name is Ava Bryant, and I'm actually homeschooled. So.
Thank you, Ava.
I'm Nasiria Thompson. I attend to Sam Brennan Middle School, and I'm 13 years old.
Thank you for that. You are all very well poised.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next group are Ryan Fong, Luke Day, Miss Elliot Ricks, Cecile Nunley, and Allison French.
Thank you, Mr. Fung.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Fong, board member, President Ryan, board members, and superintendent. I'm going to make this brief. We see still that we're headed towards kind of this fiscal cliff in terms of 21-22, and we want to just encourage everyone to kind of continue to try to meet as quickly as possible with the collective bargaining groups that are out there. I don't know why we're needing to kind of wait until March before this process begins, but would encourage all to kind of start that process as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fung.
Well, good evening, members of the board. Allison and I are here together.
You're combining your time?
Yes.
Okay, so 4 minutes, please. Thank you.
All right. Not sure that we'll need all that time, and also just to say that Frank, my sidekick, is not here tonight. He's sitting at home watching TV, so I have to say hi.
But you don't get his time too.
All right, I won't take his time. But good evening. Sorry. All right. But good evening, board members. One of the things that we did want to talk about tonight was the fact that we're so glad and excited to hear that negotiations are going to be starting. It is something that is long overdue. I believe they said the last negotiations was over 300 days ago. It's almost been a full year. Our children really need this, and so we're so excited and so happy to hear that the district will finally start negotiating. However, there is one thing that I do want to make a request, and I will put this into writing as well, is we would like to know who the negotiating teams are, both for the district as well as for SCTA. We think the public should have answers to that. We understand that it will not be board members on the district's team, nor will it be the Superintendent Aguilar, which is appropriate, and we understand that, but we want to know who will be at the table for each of the teams. And we're just so happy to hear that negotiations will start.
Thank you. We'll note that request.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Elette Ricks Chambers. I'm a retired music specialist, one of the last dinosaurs from your district. I started in 1979 and I worked at Didion for 39 years.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Superintendent, that you never made one of our concerts that we had every year, but I'm sure that Daryl Wu filled you in on the excellent job that our children always did. It's a travesty that there is no more music, and that is not my topic. I'm so glad that Mr. Day spoke before me. Jesse Ryan, President, the area that you serves a school that I've substituted at, Oak Ridge. I am substituting in room 21, a 4th and 5th grade split that has not had a teacher all year. And I'm glad that the problem is already solved. I heard that you got with the board member from William Land Park. The district came up with ideas for what you're going to do, because I was coming to ask for an exemption for those children not to take standardized tests for the reason that the district has failed to educate them. The topic on my card was staffing. Your staffing in human resources has created a nightmare. It is not done with the priority of our children first. Everyone in this district administrative office that has any expertise in teaching of children needs to be in those schools that have not had a teacher all year long. I also know of another school in your district, Father Keith B. Kinney. They don't have a teacher in a 5th, 6th split.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Thank you
I'm
very
looking
much.
forward to hearing from you tomorrow. You can call Mr. Roletti and let us know what the plan is. And we'll also need a cleaning crew for the room.
Thank you.
Oh, and I never got a thank you for my service for 40 years. But it's okay.
Thank you very much for your service. Yes.
Okay, we have Stacy Anderson. Stacy Anderson. Tanya Bean. Lisa Miller. Gwen Bird. And Junior Goris.
We're going to combine our time if that's
Okay, so they'll be combining their time for maximum 5 minutes.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much. My name is Lisa Miller, and I am the tenant board coordinator at the FRCC. I was one of the original organizations that moved into the building. As a matter of fact, I helped with writing the plan and the cost allocations for the building. When we moved in, our organization was really, really small. And so moving in with $300 rent was really beneficial to our organization. Because of the repurposing on the building and allocating the cost for utilities, we couldn't figure out, we couldn't calculate how much that would be. And so that's 2015. 2017, we ran into a deficit in the rents that we were collecting and the money that was due. And so what we did is we increased the rent in 2017 to $600. So it went from $300 to $600, which is really still way under market rate, and it includes utilities. 23 of the 25 organizations increased their rent, and 2 organizations stayed at the rate. In 2017, the Smiths, who had the original vision, and the vision was to build capacities for the nonprofits to be able to serve more people, as well as making that a one-stop center for the community, and to be able to provide those wraparound services, which is a vision that we hold true to today. We've served a great number of people through Ridge and with our programs, as well as using the facility. In 2019 or 2018, the Smiths kind of disappeared and we was unmanaged for a little while. I tried to kind of hold on, but I run a nonprofit organization and I couldn't do it. And the Smiths had asked Pro Youth and Families, who was an organization in there at that time, if they would take over. We sat down, we talked about the vision, and then agreed that they should run the building. And all of the organizations agreed. And it has really been beneficial to the building. It's running now effectively like it should have been initially. When they came and realized that some of the organizations was not paying the right amount of rent or the current rents, then the leases had been expired, they brought all the organizations in to fill out their new lease agreements and so that we would be under an agreement, and then to pay the rates. 23 of the 25, I personally called all of them and scheduled appointments as the tenant board coordinator. 23 of the 25 signed by our October 1st deadline. 2 organizations did not. And so, I mean, it's unfortunate that we've had some challenges with the 2 organizations, but there are many minority-led and social justice organizations there, and we would never let any organization be pushed out without cause. And I wanted to introduce, or let them introduce themselves, some of the organizations.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Alberto Mercado. I'm a resident of the community, but also representing Sacramento Building Healthy Communities, one of the original tenants that moved into the building when it was first opened with organizations. And we wouldn't support any of the things, you know, we're pro-community, so we're just here to show support for our tenants and everyone that is here.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tanya Bean Garrett, and I'm a resident of 52 years of my life. So without FFRCC, my healing was my, you know, I wouldn't have been able to do what I needed to do, especially up underneath the umbrella that Black Child Legacy was. And in my situation, I'm a survivor of third-party homicide. My son was killed in 2016. And with that being said, without that place being there, I wouldn't have been able to heal a lot more other families as myself. And not only that, I was able to even start my own organization and be a tenant as well. So it really, it means a lot to not only myself, but to the residents and all over that community that we help. So that's what I just want to say.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. Yvette Matkins, and just here to support the facility here, or organization there. Very excited about what's happening over at FRCC. All of the organizations that I've come across, they've been nothing but a blessing to the community. I've seen a great improvement over about a year or so that I've been affiliated with them. And we personally do family reunification for people that are coming out of incarceration, and we're taking them through step by step, hand by hand, to reunify them with their families and with their children. And that central location there has been a solid rock for what we do, and being able to collaborate with the other organizations there that offer services that we do not offer, it's just phenomenal. And it needs to remain the way it is, and so that we can continue to grow and increase for that particular community.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to have you wrap up. I think we had the time incorrectly listed. I want to make sure we're being consistent with everyone.
We're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would love to get the information from the teacher who spoke previously. I would love to have an opportunity to visit you in my neighborhood, and thank you for your 39 years of service. But moreover, thank you for coming back in retirement to continue to serve our Oak Park community. For that, I'm very grateful.
Members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar, President Ryan, Ms. Allen, and Ms. Beta, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Now, I came with notes, but I want to just kind of piggyback on the first speaker from William Land School. There is a formula. We can fix when there's a broken part of the education. I'm coming today. My name is Junior Goris, and I am a parent organizer at Martin Luther King High School. I'm sorry, Martin Luther King K-8 school in the Pocket area. We are in a state of emergency. We just had a 6th grade teacher hired now. I've been trying to address with the board, with the Department of Education regarding the hiring of a new teacher, which we fulfilled. But we need a plan on paper as far as how we're gonna address the educational needs of my children. I will not let these kids be pushed aside. My parents, I'm the only parent here from my school, but my parents are hardworking parents. They're single-family homes, and I'm not gonna let them get pushed aside. We need action now. And I come to you as an ally. I don't come to you fighting. We have enough problems that we have to deal with fighting off receivership, but we need help now. Right now, we cannot wait. We have time to save these children and get them up to speed, but I cannot keep affording the time calling with no calls back. Now, Vice Superintendent Lisa Allen graciously received me. We spoke, we did some team problem solving, but it's not enough. I need the math coaches to my site. I need everybody, even yourselves if possible, for tutoring. I need these kids up to speed, please. Thank you.
Didn't know if I should wait for the time.
We're going to reset your clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Gwinnea Bird. I'm here as the mom of 2 high schoolers in the district, but I'm also here as a community member. I've been following SCUSD issues since I moved to Sacramento 30 years ago from LA, where I was also involved in issues affecting another large urban district, LA Unified. I'm here with one demand: that all parties come to the negotiating table now. Stop the posturing, the personal invective, the PR stunts, get to the business of negotiating the labor contracts so that everybody can get back to the reason we're here, to educate the kids. I mean, there's all these great programs going on, all these other things happening. We've just been hearing from them. This is sucking the air out of that. I'm appalled by the amount of time the parties have spent negotiating the terms of negotiation. The countless letters back and forth to discuss when and where to meet, how many people can come, where they should meet. And the process of negotiating labor contracts has been in place for decades. We know how to do it. There's no need to dicker over the terms of how and when to get it done. The last thing I saw was a proposal to start in March. Seriously? Why are we continuing to waste time? Why not start tomorrow? And then you need to show up again every day until you get things hammered out. Now, I know just by standing up here tonight, I'm going to be accused of taking sides, pro-union, anti-union, pro-district. This is not a zero-sum game. We should all be on the side of our kids. I'm not naive about the history of how we got here. I know we didn't get here overnight, and there have been missteps by both labor and management in this district. Fun fact, 24 years ago, before I had kids, I ran for the school board. My campaign slogan was "Restore the Pride." I feel like that's still relevant here today. And guess what? I was one of the candidates who earned the endorsement of SCTA back then. Back then, the district was paying for 4 superintendents. We had to buy out 3 prior ones who left. Things were definitely in disarray. But I've never seen it as bad as this. The personal attacks, the tribalism, none of this benefits our kids. I'm asking each of the board members and everyone in this room who belongs to one of the labor groups to demand immediate action from your designated negotiators to get to the table, hash out the substantive terms of your contracts. Enough with the posturing and the PR wars. Let's move forward now and keep going until our results. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have Alan Dory, and he's combining his time with 6 others.
So we're going to set the clock for 5 minutes for the group, correct?
Kenya Martinez, Lee Yang, Angel Garcia, and he will be combining his time with Angie Sutherland and Sarah Williams.
So, welcome board members, Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Jesse Ryan. I'm Alan Dory, Teamsters Union Business Agent. I represent both the Teamsters Bargaining Group and the Teamsters Classified Supervisors. Tonight, I'm here speaking for my 2 bargaining groups, as well as UPE. I'm here with some of my members, as well as Rich Owens, who represents UPE, to express our concern over the ongoing battles between SCTA and the Sacramento City Unified School District. We want both the district and the Teachers Association to meet around the clock to resolve their differences. The district is heading to the brink of receivership. We just had the 5th audit report in a row that has said we're headed there. It is time to stop the gamemanship and the finger pointing and blame games and get to the bargaining table and stay there as long as it takes to get this worked out. School employees, in my opinion, are much different than many other employees working at different kinds of jobs. They are, for the most part, whether teachers or administrators, school bus drivers, food service workers, custodians, and all the rest of the classifications that make up a school district, they're all people that care about the children. That's a big part of why they chose to work at a school district and a big part of why they stay. As the issues in front of this district continues on, it's those very children that are at risk. We need to stop having our children be held hostage. This is our kids, our community. What are some of the impacts on these ongoing issues not being resolved? We already have many of our children not succeeding in getting their education completed successfully. Aren't we supposed to prepare these children to succeed in adulthood with the basic skill sets necessary to get a job and be a contribution to our community? Do we not want our children to have the ability to have the advantages needed to break out of poverty? So even the simple issues, or seemingly simple issues that are there to resolve, are being held and being taken hostage and advantage of. What parent doesn't want their children to be assessed in time to intervene if the lack of that intervention will leave their kid having a lifetime of opportunities that are taken away? A simple thing like a calendar that would better afford the children at our district to get summer jobs, apply for colleges, and attend community college during the summer are not being addressed. These are bargaining issues, and without bargaining again, the children are being held hostage, and it is the children and our community that are paying the price. As the uncertainty of the insolvency lingers on, and as the labor dispute between the district and teachers continues, many parents who can will vote with their feet and go to charter schools or neighboring school districts. That will further drain the finances from this district, and it'll steal the future from both our community and the students who remain here. Our children who are most at risk are the first who will pay the price. Why would we allow that, whether we are the district or a union? So tonight we are here saying, as labor representatives, labor groups, parents, and civic groups, saying to the districts and the Teachers Association, put the children first. No more hostage taking of the children. This is our kids, our community, and our future. Get to the bargaining table, meet around the clock if that's what it takes, and get this worked out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. I want to start actually by turning it back to the kids that spoke here first tonight. Our first speaker said the kids have a lot of hard work in front of them. And I love, as a teacher, that they're not afraid of hard work. I commend their parents and teachers for showing them that they have a voice. And they just asking for the tools, right? Give us the tools and let us do the hard work. So can adults come together and do the things we're asking of our kids? We have the tools. We know what needs to be done. All we need is the will. So I'm here tonight to repeat the things that many of us parents have been asking for almost a year. We demand immediate around-the-clock negotiations using the state auditor recommendations as a roadmap. We all know that there's nothing preventing any party from negotiating in good faith except a sense of urgency and the desire to put children first. I expect our children to be represented by a skilled negotiating team, and I also demand that the district keep children's learning initiatives off the bargaining table where they don't belong. I am aware that I'm preaching to many in the choir here, as evidenced by your repeated request to begin negotiations. We know that the stalling only further increases the cuts that will come as we loom closer to state takeover. The lack of will is holding us all hostage in a house on fire, and that fire is sucking all the energy out of our community. We can't focus on the necessary things we want for our children when we can't breathe. The alarms have been ringing for years. FCMAT, SCOE, PACE, and now the state auditor ringing the alarm. And yet some people want to scream, fake news, bad numbers. No, how many audits do we need before we listen to the alarms and save our district from burning to the ground instead of leaving the kids trapped inside? The time for forums and letters is over. We can see our escape options narrowing as the house fills with smoke. Some of us can literally feel that heat right now in this room in our bones. If we let it burn, some parents have a way out and have threatened to leave the district. Some kids will be trapped inside, and it infuriates me that this is happening on our watch. These are our kids, this is our community. The loss of our district's
I need you
not
to wrap up.
inevitable. So
Thank you.
please come together, heed the alarms.
Thank you. Okay, and you are still doing individual comment, Ms. Cervantes? You are an individual comment? Okay, just want to make sure. So this is also an individual comment? Thank you. 2 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Pam Tui-Novinsky, and I've been a resident of Lamb Park for...
Pam, can I ask you to speak in the microphone?
Oh,
We
yeah.
have some people.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect, much
Okay.
better.
I've been a resident for over 25 years in Lamb Park. All of my children have been the recipient of a fantastic education in the Sacred Unified School District. One of my daughters with special needs went to Crocker Riverside, Sutter, and McClatchy High School. All of that said, this is a deja vu for me. I've been here for over 20 years with these same grievances. I have been hearing parents threatening to leave this district for over 20 years for these issues, especially my fellow white, affluent, politically connected parents. I can only believe that that means that these folks don't have to worry about a state takeover. That said, I'm really excited to be here tonight and see all of you, an equity-focused board, and applaud the work you're doing to turn this district around. Thank you. It takes tremendous courage to speak up and to do the right thing. And while it's too late for my children, it's not too late for those in school now and my future grandchildren. Tonight, please look at who's focusing on adult needs and who is here to put children first. Please come to the table immediately in good faith for around-the-clock negotiations. Please keep all children at the center of every line of that contract. Our children are counting on you. They really are. I realize that you want to put children first and can't force others to do the same, but please keep trying. It is my hope that I'm not here in another year speaking on behalf of my grandchildren and this issue. Thank you very much. Please
you.
get to negotiations.
Ms. Jennings?
Good evening, Board Chair Ryan and members of the board. My name is Cassandra Jennings, President and CEO of the Greater Sacramento Urban League. I come here with several hats. One, leading an organization about fairness and justice and lifting up those who have been left behind. I also come as a former parent, a parent of former students that made it through the system okay, and a nephew that graduated last year that, okay, didn't make it through as okay. And then now I stand before you for all the kids that don't have voices, that are hungry for a fair chance and a fair education. And for me, I think it's a distraction that we continue to talk about who's supposed to be at the table, what somebody said about, and what a report says. The point is that our kids, many of them are failing. And we're failing them. We need to put them first. I am requesting that all of those who value our kids, and I'm sure that we all do in one way or the other, put our actions behind what our thinking is. So I'm really supporting and demanding that everybody come to the table, everybody get in the room. Let's don't negotiate in the public. Let's negotiate in honesty until we can get it done. Let's put the kids first, because I have also committed a lot of time looking at African American achievement, looking at the data. We can change that trajectory of a people, not by sitting here talking about negotiations, but to get in, do the tough job we have to do, and then serve our kids to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your service on the African American Achievement Task Force.
Good evening, board. My name is Tara Thronson, and I'm a parent of 2 in Sac City Unified. You've heard my message, and it's the same as what other folks have said. It's not just my kids, it's all kids. There's over 40,000 kids, and we're being held hostage. And I'm here, and I've been here for almost a year because I want to avoid state receivership. That's the bottom line, because we need a solvent budget to move forward and build on it. So to get there, we're asking all of our decision makers to come together, negotiate around the clock with a focus on student-centered solutions. And let's come up with a budget from you that minimizes impacts to students and focuses on long-term fiscal solvency, because we do not want to be here year after year going through the same thing again. And we have the state auditor as a guide. That report, I dug through it, I highlighted it, and there are some great recommendations and some hard recommendations, but let's start talking about it. Use it as your guidepost, and let's get to it. Thank you.
Thank you. We can reset the clock. Thank you.
How you doing? I'm Rashid Sadiq, and I'm representing LEAD. I'm here as a parent, first of all. I actually had my youngest daughter to graduate from West Campus, and she enjoyed her experience. The teachers were great. The school was great. Right now, what I hear is not a great situation. I'm hoping that kids from Sac City Unified can get a quality education daily with qualified teachers in the classroom daily. What I hear today, teachers are out of the classroom for half of the school year with a substitute. That's unacceptable. That is unacceptable. One great man in the audience once told me, when white kids or white families have a cold, black families have the flu. Our kids are failing. Black and brown kids are failing. If the unified school district goes away and gets dissolved or whatever the case may be, our kids will be stuck here in this community dealing with the aftermath. Everyone else, all these, it's a shame. I don't know why we can call ourselves educators if we allow this to happen. If you're teachers, your school district, you guys need to get together, close the door, figure it out. Our kids are first. We're here. I'm on the side of the kids. That's the side I'm on. I'm on the side of the kids. And this cannot happen. This cannot happen because our kids are the consequence. All right? So figure it out. And I don't know where the union, teachers union is, but I hope they come up and speak too. I want to hear their side. Let's everybody get to the table. Let's stop talking and get to the table. This is a shame. All right.
Thank you. Reset the clock.
Good evening. My name's Daniel Conway, and as of this fall, I'll have 4 kids in the district, and I'm here to join the Get to the Table caucus. I think it's I think it's fitting that we're here. Sunday was Groundhog Day. We're here having the same conversation again and again and again. We have a state auditor who I think this is like our 4th independent analysis that's reached the same conclusion. I think we're at a point where we've reached paralysis by analysis. It's time to get to work. I think it's really encouraging that we have labor leaders here who are stepping up and setting a tone and setting an example, not just for other, yes, please. not just for labor groups, but frankly for everyone involved here. I think it's great that you have the Urban League and you have other community groups who are ready to step up and be involved. I know we've seen business groups, others step up. I think you've seen this community stand up and be ready to be part of a solution. I think it's now incumbent on you guys to kind of be a part of that solution. So I think for us, again, we've read enough about this in the papers. It's really time for you guys to get in a room and do the work that you're all capable of doing, of reaching an agreement. And the last thing I'll say is coming to these meetings, you're reminded of what the real challenges are and the real issues for our district. You're reminded why we brought in a superintendent who could focus on these things. And so enough noise, enough fights, enough that, like, let's get to work. Let's do the things we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez, our next speakers. Okay. Okay.
We have one more from this group.
Thank you. And will CAC be combining public comments? Okay, so we actually have more than one. Okay, thank you. So. Okay, please come up, Kenya. I think we currently are without a chief of communications, and so we're trying to work with a
understand.
wonderful and hardworking staff member stepping into the role, trying to make sure things are moving smoothly.
I understand. I'm taking off my shirt because of what it says. I don't think you can see what it says.
I can.
But it says, listen to Black women. I'm sorry, but we have all the answers. That's just the way it is.
I love it.
We've had all the answers since this country began. And I know that you're going to speak as well as the superintendent. You're both going to do your report. But I didn't hear any recognition about Black History Month. I was really saddened to come in here and hear that you do the Pledge of Allegiance. My recommendation and request is that when it's Black History Month, we actually sing the Negro National Anthem instead of the national anthem or the Pledge of Allegiance. The other thing that I wanted to talk about tonight is that I went to a meeting at Luther Burbank this Tuesday, and I met with the South Area African American Consortium, and I found a teacher there that actually had a curriculum that recognizes Black History Month. So just so you'll know, Black History Month is American history, or Black history is American history. So the fact that we have a curriculum at Luther Burbank and not in the entire Sac City School District is really a disparity. I don't know how you can talk about equity in education and not have a curriculum that reflects Black history. The other thing I wanted to talk about, it's gonna be really quick, I only have 10 seconds, is I'm gonna use my time from now on to possibly give you knowledge about special education. One area is education, auditory processing disorder. I ran out of time. I just tell you to Google it. But one of the main reasons why our students are not being served is because they have undiagnosed or misidentified disabilities.
Thank you very much, Kenya.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, Chairperson Ryan, and board members. My name is Sarah Williams Kingsley, and I'm here tonight to lend my voice to the ongoing community call for negotiations between the district and SCHTA to begin immediately. The parties have not met for approximately 304 days, as best we can tell, and it reminds me of like knowing you have a term paper due and waiting until the last minute to start. And I don't think that's a good example for our students. I don't think the teachers would want their students to turn in work that had been done at the last minute. And the other issue that I wanted to raise is that in the letters back and forth between the district and the teachers union, there was mention of negotiating about assessments, about multi-tiered systems of support, about restorative justice. And I want to remind the board and the district that as a member of the CAC, I know that our group has come before you multiple times asking for you to disregard the MOU about assessments that was sort of in effect between SCTA and the district, and that I was encouraged and happy to see an assessment plan be rolled out this year. I'm encouraged that we are going to have data to evaluate the effectiveness of our instruction in the early grades, particularly where our students are being referred for special education, and perhaps one of our issues in having so many children identified for special ed is that our general education curriculum is not working. And the only way we're going to know that is if we have assessments. So I want to remind you that our position and my position, certainly as a parent, is that my child's education and my progress monitoring is not up for negotiation. Our children are not bargaining chips, and their educational progress should not be on the table.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good evening. I am going to try to be quick. Angie and me are combining time. Can we start that over, please?
Hold on one second, Angie.
Okay.
We're going to wait 1 second.
And any other friends who want to give me 2 minutes, I'd happily accept.
Okay. Thank you, Angie. Thank you, Angel. We're going to start at 4 minutes, please, Ann. Thank you. Thank you.
So good evening, everyone. I wanted to let all of you know you have lost my third son. I disenrolled my third son out of this district last week. This was the last straw for me. Last year, my son was detained by an SRO for waiting outside his friend's school. This time, he started a new school, School of Engineering and Science, and the principal, there's been an issue with his saggy pants, right? Boys like to wear saggy pants. My boy does at least. She decided to let my son know that his saggy pants made people feel uncomfortable. I didn't all the way know if he heard her right, and I wanted to hear from her what she meant. The next day, I got on a call with her, and she repeated the phrase, "I let your son know that if he understood his clothing choice makes people feel uncomfortable." She told that to my brown 15-year-old boy. When I told her and asked her, does she know how racist and discriminatory that statement was? She proceeded to tell me she wasn't a racist and that it did make staff feel uncomfortable. I said the same way it made Zimmerman feel uncomfortable, Trayvon's hoodie, that kind of uncomfortableness. Later that day, I decided I was taking my son out. When I went to go pick him up, he was in the office. They were accusing him of wanting to fight. This is after I said a complaint was going to be filed, after I gave him a history lesson on Zoot Suit riots and other choice of attires that Chicano boys and black boys were targeted for. We found out later it was another brown boy who got in a fight. I guess we all look the same. Why is this a problem? Othering of students is a problem because how do you build community when you outcast those you judge? It does zero for student success and further perpetuates the school to prison pipeline. You guys have a couple of handouts. One is the California Initiative for Health Equity and Action reports on addressing structural determinants for youth development for safe and healthy communities, co-sponsored by Policy Link, California Black and Latino caucuses, legislative caucuses, Assembly Committee on the Status of Boys and Men in Color, and Alliance for Boys and Men of Color. If you don't know Victor Rios, he's a sociology professor at University of Santa Barbara, and he's Associate Dean of Social Science. If you don't know him, look him up. He was one of the throwaway boys. He talks about, if you look in your packet, and anybody who wants to give me an extra 2 minutes, glad to accept, he talks about in the packet the systematic stripping of dignity. My son was so embarrassed when she said that in front of those two girls. I said, what do you think she meant? She said, I think she meant either I was a sexual harasser or I was going to rob or hurt somebody. That's the impression she left with my 15-year-old boy who's no longer in your district. So the systematic stripping of dignity happens not just by police. It happens at school too. And if you don't stop this, you're going to lose more boys. Restorative justice discipline isn't just a phrase. They said they used that at SES. They referred to their on-campus suspension as restorative justice. That's not restorative justice, folks. Education Trust West, the other handout that you have, has promising practices handout, asking specifically, it goes list practices and asks specifically, what impact has your practices had on these students' curriculum, culture are the policies meaningful and equitable? Because our students can't wait. They need to know they belong here. I work with students in community college, and it would be a call to HR if I ever asked one of my black or brown students and told them that their outfit was making me feel uncomfortable. That would do nothing for student success. Stop pushing our kids out. Stop criminalizing our black and brown boys before they have a chance. Stop making judgments as to the intentions or capabilities of our boys. We need change now. This is my third son that you've lost, my third child that you lost. Do you know how many more you lost? Go to Sava. You'll find all the kids you lost there. I was a kid that was pushed out. Victor Rios, who now is the dean, associate dean at University of Santa Barbara, was pushed out. A person who has the title of principal should have had the education they needed on implicit bias. They should have ongoing training, right? They brag, the teachers. And I'm not afraid to get on teachers' union's issue, but I'm sorry, a principal has the training. It's this whole system needs to be dismantled. When the superintendent came, he talked about dismantling historical practices and traditions. Policies that hurt our black and brown youth, like baggy pants policies, are inequitable. They contribute and perpetuate the school to prison pipeline. Now, as far as the principal, that is so sickening. I filed a uniform complaint procedure, which I'm looking forward to the investigation. But this is our principals that have these biases against our brown and black boys. They get it from the police. They get it from the community. They get it when they walk in stores. I'm speaking to you now as a parent. Don't do this to any more boys. You've already lost 3 of mine.
Thank you, Angie. Oh, sorry. Angel. Sorry. No. Please go ahead. And did you pass out the Ed Trust West handout as well? Okay. Thank you, Angel. Okay. So we're going to combine for a total of 5 minutes, please.
Yeah. So I want to address a couple of things. One, I want to let everybody know that I'm standing in solidarity with those at Fruit Ridge Collaborative Community. In the political climate that we're living in and we're watching privilege play itself out on the daily basis, Black people know what gentrification looks like. So when the changes are being made over in that facility, you need to consider the Black children that are being affected. Now, I know that the dance class you didn't see a lot of the Sac City Unified School District kids there, but there are a lot of kids that live in that area that you've probably lost from your district, and that's why they're going to other schools, but they still live in that area. So I'm standing with Fruit Ridge Collaborative. Now let's get to this equity thing and you all educating or lack of educating of our children. My son's 25 years old. My granddaughter's 19. They're products of Sac City Unified School District. My son still wears the scars of the lack of educating him with his disabilities and the racist, bias, negligence of watching out what happens with those that are not privileged at the hands of privilege. This school district, you're playing with the lives of children. The long-term effects that you leave by not doing your job and getting qualified teachers to teach our kids, then you walk around here and you wonder why you got a bunch of angry Black kids. They're angry because they don't know shit. They don't know nothing. You're not educating them. You're not teaching them. And they know it. My granddaughter said that to me. She said, Nana, I don't know nothing. I don't understand nothing. Before she tried to commit suicide. Okay? So when you all sit around here talking about who's at the table, who's not going to be, we don't care about none of that. We care that you educate the kids in your district. And let's talk about the RSP kids. You're not educating them. You're not educating special ed kids. We got you lost 3 students in your district from one family. They are now gone out of your district. One of them, RSP student, 8th grade. 4th grade work is what he was doing. 4th grade work in your district. It's time for you to stop playing these games that you're playing at the cost of our children.
Do your damn jobs or give up your seats.
Good evening, everyone. Lorene Pryor with Black Youth Leadership Project. I'm just going to co-sign everything that Allegra said. I probably won't be as animated with my language, but I feel her. So we've been coming here about 2.5, 3 years. We've been talking to you all about what we need you to do in terms of your discipline and disproportionate discipline of Black students. And we can't even focus on that conversation because adults can't seem to get their acts together. I don't care what y'all want. I don't care what CTA wants. I want what's best for the children. Period. I see all the posturing on Facebook. I see all the little videos and this minute how Sac City lied. I don't care. And neither do the rest of the parents. We want to see highly qualified, certificated teachers in every classroom. We want to see our children being taken seriously and not being discarded because the staff that you are employing can't handle children of a different race or color. It's unacceptable. So, as I've offered you before, I'm willing to come sit down at the table too. I got some time. Because it's unconscionable to me how after, what has almost been a year, that we've been going back and forth about some foolishness about somebody's healthcare savings plan or whatever the heck they're talking about, and the kids are the ones suffering. Knock it off. Period.
Thank you, Allegra. Thank you, Lorene.
I told you we have all the answers.
Thank you, Kenya.
The four of us, we will share 2 minutes.
You'll share 2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, President Ryan, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Lee Ya. I'm Superintendent at Urban Charter Schools Collective. For the past 10 years, we have successfully operated Yape Shore Academy, an independent public charter school here in Sacramento. You may also know us as YPSA. I'm here with our board treasurer, Dr. Dennis Ma, and Principal Vince Xiong, who are the original founders, are behind me here. Also with us tonight is our assistant principal, Ms. Julia Ya. As part of the district's process, it is our intent to submit a renewal charter petition on Tuesday, February 18th, 2020. The current charter expires on June 30th, 2020, and Yape Shore Academy seeks to be renewed as a classroom-based charter school serving grades K-6 with a maximum enrollment of 504 students. Our current enrollment at this time is 486, and Yape Shore Academy seeks to continue our placement at Lisbon Elementary School in the Greenhaven area, Pocket area. Tonight, we are submitting both our letter of intent to be renewed and the required petition assurances and disclosures. Finally, on behalf of our scholars, staff, and parents, I want to thank you for your ongoing support for the past 10 years and for considering our petition renewal. Also, we want to thank District's charter leader, Mr. Jesse Ramos, for helping to guide us in this process. We look forward to seeing you again at the public hearing, and thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank
We
you.
will leave our packet with Ms. Catalina.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments at this time?
We have 5 more. Liz Guillen, Nikki Mileski, Lisa Alberts, and Maria Rodriguez,
And I wanna-
Veronica Lara.
I want to thank everyone for being so mindful of time. We haven't had to reduce it to 1 minute per person because you've been so good about keeping to your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Aguilar. I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. As some of you know, the State Board of Education has recently adopted a new form, a new template for the plan that all districts are supposed to use in telling the public how they are going to spend their dollars. Particularly dollars from the local control funding formula and dollars to increase and improve services for low-income students, English learners, and foster youth. Along with a lot of equity advocates in Sacramento and across the state, we pushed very hard for certain improvements in this template, and we believe that some of them have resulted in some improved, what should be improved processes. The state, through the county offices of education, are doing trainings of the new template to school district staff and other statewide. And Public Advocates is teaming with the Department of Ed and the State Board of Ed to do a Sacramento region workshop for parents who are currently on different committees within school districts. And we're inviting parents who are active to come to our workshop on Wednesday, March 4th. I have flyers in the back of the room. We will have food and I believe child play and free parking. It will be at the Fruit Ridge Community Collaborative in their gym. We will be extending the invitation to community members who we include board members in that definition. And we are also inviting parent groups and community members who are active in other districts in the county.
Ms. Gann, will you give one of your flyers to Ms. Martinez over here, and then we'll post it on our social media as well?
Sure.
Thank you
Okay.
very much. I
And there will
appreciate
be
your work.
translation as well and food.
Thank you. I've been to workshops in the past. You do an excellent job. Thank you.
Hi. Good evening, board members and superintendent. I wanted to let you know the community is still waiting to receive responsive records to our California Public Records Act requests. We've been waiting 6 months for answers. In October, your policy and government manager, Mr. Nathaniel Browning, refused to answer basic questions about the McClatchy High School track closure in August, as if what happened was something top secret that he needed to hide from the public, and he instead demanded that we make written CPRA requests when the law does not require written requests. He denied receiving our first request, which we hand-delivered to him in October. When he didn't respond, we were forced to make additional requests. We received no 10-day letter as required by law for any of our requests. 30 days later, Mr. Browning wrote that he was denying our requests because, in his mind, they were irrelevant, which is an unlawful reason to withhold records. Mr. Browning next blamed email server problems that didn't occur until long after a response was required by law. He then denied having responsive records, such as an organizational chart and contact information for his superiors. Mr. Browning also withheld text messages, erroneously believing they aren't public records. As a result, the community believes he may be unlawfully withholding other records as well. In October, Mr. Browning stated to the community in writing that some unnamed person on some unnamed date called me to invite me to a meeting. Knowing no one called me, I asked for telephone records showing who called me and when. We were told that no telephone records exist, proving that Mr. Browning was not truthful with the community. The community is concerned that the school district, by its own conduct, is teaching our students that obeying the law is not important, transparency in government is not important, being truthful is not important, and some people, district staff, are above the law. We hope you will take steps to ensure your staff comply with the law and be worthy of their positions in public service. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, members of the board. Nikki Malevsky from the Sacramento City Teachers Association. I want to thank parents and students for coming to bring to light the crisis that we're experiencing in our classrooms with lack of credentialed teachers. It's not just happening at William Land or MLK or CK McClatchy. It's happening all over the district. A few board meetings ago, your staff admitted to over 100 vacancies in this district. That impacts our children every single day. It took over 3 weeks before your district staff even posted the position being open at William Land, and here we are another 3 weeks later. MLK just got their 6th grade position filled. McClatchy just got a Spanish teacher. It's halfway through the school year. You have a teacher recruitment and retention problem that must be addressed. And it was exacerbated by the layoffs, completely unnecessary layoffs you did last year. May I remind you that you laid off Spanish teachers, science teachers, math teachers, multiple subject teachers, PE teachers, and others? Every single one of those teachers we needed back, and we needed to hire more in order to replace the teachers that we are losing weekly. There is a teacher recruitment and retention problem that you need to address and is deeply impacting our students. Please stop doing all this fuss and focus on our classrooms and making sure that they have credentialed teachers, and don't use those classrooms by doing unnecessary layoffs again this year. Thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the school board. My name is Maria Rodriguez, and I have a senior at John F. Kennedy. I wanted to thank you for some communications, and then I also want to talk about the school year. I want to thank the school district for sending out a message today about when the school year will begin. It's good to get that information out as soon as possible. I want to thank you for the ways that you televise these meetings. I was actually running late to this meeting, and on my phone, I had the meeting playing in my car as I was driving here, so I could hear public comment that was happening. I think particularly as you all plan to be more transparent with fiscal decisions, and by having that come to your meetings, it's more and more important that people in the community start to watch these meetings and pay attention. There's really no excuse for complaining about lack of transparency when you guys are doing what you can. I also want to talk about the school year. I think for several years, the district has wanted to move the school year earlier. And frankly, depending on where you have kids, your opinion on that can be different. When I had younger kids, I wanted a nice long summer. I wanted to be able to travel at the end of the summer where no one else was traveling. But now that my kids are graduated and I have a senior, I realize how important it is to start the school year earlier, particularly for the education that's being done those first few weeks when other schools are in. And regardless of what age my kids are at, and I don't mean this with any disparaging comment towards any teachers because I have loved every single class that my kids have been in, but there's a certain point in May where pretty much educating stops and it becomes field trips and fun and things like that. Tonight at dinner, my younger son wasn't there. He's graduating this year, but he got accepted to the Sacramento Mandarins. Their camp starts like on May 22nd. He's going to seek to see if he can get out of his classes. And he wasn't there, but I was talking to my ex-husband, and he's like, well, AP testing's done. They're not going to miss anything. He's going to miss 3 weeks of school and not miss anything. Thank you for all the work you do. It is a privilege to speak before you.
Thank you so much for continuing to come to the board meetings.
Hi, my name's Lisa Albers. I have 2 kids in the Sacramento Unified District, one at Sutter in middle school and one at McClatchy. He's a freshman. He's currently enjoying 2 of the marvelous specialty programs that McClatchy offers. I, like many other parents and families, have been very alarmed by the prolonged and fairly appalling teacher vacancies that happened at McClatchy this year, and are equally alarmed by what's currently happening with the HIS program. We expressed our concern to this board. We received some rather non-specific emails in reply. We were told there would be additional communication, but we have since received none. No updates. I do know that some CKM and HIS coordinators have met with this board, and so we are all eager to know what has happened, if there's been any progress made. So I would just encourage you to increase your communication and share with parents what is going on, because the concern is heightened, to say the least. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Wendy Bogdan. I have 2 children in the Sac City Unified School District system. Wanted to speak on 2 topics. 1, the situation at McClatchy, and then 2, just the budget. Following up on Ms. Albers' comments, I just would advise you that you really cannot over-communicate about the situation at McClatchy. I understand that there are personnel issues and other things that require some amount of, that are sensitive and can't be disclosed. That said, really, on a weekly basis, you need to have email communications going out, just if nothing else, letting people know that you have your eye on that ball. As to the budget, I again want to just express my appreciation that I have elected representatives that I can come to and speak to about the budget issue. I really appreciate that you're here and available. And I, along with everyone else here, urge you to do everything that you can to engage in negotiations as soon as possible. I wish that I had the same opportunity to speak to some of the other stakeholders who are involved in those negotiations, but you're here, so I'm speaking to you. I think that the state auditor provided a very useful roadmap. There are some very hard suggestions in there, but they're not going to get any easier. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 final public comments at this time.
My name is Veronica Lara, and my daughter goes to William Lamb
Thank you.
Elementary School.
Thank you.
My concern was, I'm thankful that we're getting a teacher now and we're getting help and resources and everything. But my concern was my child has an IEP. And, it's, with that, the district has, because of how she learns and affects her life, which currently isn't due to the circumstances with her classroom. It was really difficult because even though they're saying her IEP is getting met, to my opinion, it is not, because the foundation in the classroom was not there. There's no teacher. She's going to first grade. She's going to second grade. She's being split up. There's a lot of things going on. Yes, she's still going to her class for her IEP, but the foundation of it is not there. Even though it's going to be there in a few weeks, and we're going to work with that. But what happens from all the stuff that she's already missed, and she's already behind? Even with that resources, she's still going to be behind. She's going to junior high next. Being behind already is so much difficult to try to catch up with the regular kids. It's a lot for her to do. And I'm really sad with the school district right now, with the school that failed to help her. And it's really hard I hear everybody talking, and I'm like, I didn't realize how much was going on until it happened to me, until it happened to my kid. So, I'm here, I'm here on behalf of her, and I'm hoping with all the help and the resources that you guys can try to give us, that she can at least get through this, So I just want to thank you.
Thank you for coming out tonight. Mr. Vasquez.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar and President Ryan and the members of the board. First and foremost, again, I always want to come and tell thank you. Thank you for all the work that you guys are doing. It truly affects people, my bloodline, the poor, uneducated, most needed help families. I'm at the sites where the most needed help families are, and the work that you guys are doing, it does trickle down to us. I don't know if it's probably not affecting the well-off families. That's why you see them all up here hooting and hollering, all right? But good job. You guys didn't create the mess. You're trying to fix it. Good job. It doesn't happen overnight. This is a long process. I'm trying to get my bloodline out of poverty. You guys are trying to get the district out of poverty, right? This is a long process. I've been at my kids' site since first kindergarten, So thank you. Again, I've seen a lot of change, so thank you. But I'm not satisfied. Like I said, I don't know where my kids are going to be. I don't know if they're going to make it college or whatever, so I'm not satisfied. So again, I'm going to go to the negatives. The teacher vacancy thing. My kid didn't, Johnson, we implemented the A through G requirements, but my kid didn't get the teacher we didn't get our Spanish teacher until November 4th. I'm sorry, our Spanish teacher till November 4th and our math teacher till December 16th. That ain't gonna cut it, She's struggling already. A lot of the kids are struggling. So again, that ain't gonna cut it. She had split classes in elementary school. I thought when I was gonna go to high school, okay, we're out of the woods. We're not gonna have to be dealing with this. That's crazy to think. My kid had 5 split classes. How can educators teach that way? They can't. So we're feeling the effects again. And it's the same for a lot of the kids on campus. I was just in a class, just randomly checking on my kid's class, the math class. A kid was in there randomly. He just got put in there 2 or 3 days ago, and he lost it. He said, "What's going on here? We can't learn. We can't create. We can't learn. This district don't care. The school don't care." But I have to tell him, "Hold on. You got a lot of good leadership over there right now. I'm thankful for the leadership that you got there. We're doing a lot of work. We're getting there, but it's still a lot more work. Again, not enough time to say what I got. Measure H, we need it. It's affecting our campus. We still need a baseball field. Thank you."
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. We have no more public comments at this time. Moving on to employee organizational reports. Item 8.1, first employee organizational report, SCTA. They did. I don't have the list in front of me. No, they did send a list. Hold on for 1 second. If we can set the clock for 15 minutes, please. Thank you. No, they get 15 minutes per their article with the submission of their topics. And they did submit their topics. I don't have the list. Oh, I do have it in front of me. So tonight's topics will be retaining and recruiting teachers that reflect the diversity of the district and fiscal transparency and accountability.
Good evening. I'm Victoria Carr, and I'm a science teacher at Fern-Bacon Middle School. I've worked in the district since 2007, and I'm also a parent of 3 children that attend Matsuyama. In 2016, I was part of the SCTA bargaining team. My biggest issue was not pay or benefits, although I strongly support the restructuring of the salary schedule because I saw so many of my coworkers leaving the district when at about the same stage of their career as I am right now, between 10 to 12 years, because they could make 10 to 15,000 more in Elk Grove or San Juan. But what I was a strong advocate for was our effort to do everything we could to improve services to students by lowering class sizes and increasing the number of school nurses, psychologists, and other professional support staff, especially at schools like Fern-Bacon, which are often overlooked. When our contract settled, I was concerned that the improvement to student services wouldn't happen because we wouldn't have been able to achieve savings in health plan savings without significantly lowering our benefits. We now know that the savings are significant and could have been used to improve services to students in a cost-neutral way, according to the terms of our contract. What I didn't think I needed to be concerned about was the district backtracking on an agreement brokered and co-signed by Mayor Darrell Steinberg. An agreement that Mayor Steinberg lauded as fair to our hardworking teachers who are the most important adults to ensure student success, while also safeguarding the district's responsibility to be fiscal stewards. It feels like the district signed and approved that contract with its fingers crossed. Yes, we signed it, but we really didn't mean it. Unfortunately, it is what we have now come to expect from this district. And as Martin Luther King Jr. famously stated, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. The first bend towards justice occurred when we won our arbitration on the implementation of the salary schedule. Our arbitration on the health plan savings is scheduled for February 25th. I wanted to spend a few moments discussing what brought me here tonight, not to bash you or attack you, but instead to share our things from my perspective, which I think a lot of teachers in the district share. In his most recent budget, Governor Newsom pledged $900 million in his new budget for 2020-2021 to recruit and retain teachers, especially in struggling schools. According to the Sacramento Bee, his plan includes money for professional development, competitive grants, and $20,000 in bonuses for educators who commit to high-need schools. The approach for the Sacramento City Unified School Board could not be more different. Rather than provide incentives to recruit and retain teachers, the Sacramento City Unified School District Board is proposing a massive cost shift of more than $20 million from the district on to teachers. Here, I want to speak about what this means to me personally. I am a single mother of 3 young boys, 10, 7, and 5. I've said that to you every time I've come up here. Young Black males. I live in the pocket in a rental because with a salary that is almost exactly the statewide average for California teachers And I'm going to say my salary, but please let me preface that I went to school for a very long time and I have a master's. It's $82,287, which anywhere else in another career starting with a master's would make a lot more than that. I can't afford to buy a house raising 3 children on my own. Your demand to cost shift health insurance expenses would require me to pay an additional $1,646 per year towards the cost of retiree health insurance and $15,422 per year for health insurance for my boys and myself. That's $17,068 in additional cost this year and increasing every year after that. And what do you want me to do, what do you want to do with the extra millions that you are demanding from teachers and classified staff? Is it to improve services to students? Lower class sizes? Add more school nurses? Increase the number of counselors? Add more psychologists? Implement robust MTSS programs, which is what we asked for with those savings. As far as I can see, your primary goal is to increase the district's reserve fund from its current $70 million to nearly $100 million. That's not a district that is on the brink of fiscal insolvency. All across California, school districts are offering incentives to attract, recruit, and retain teachers, except one. Ironically, that one, Sacramento City Unified School District, is the one that has adopted as its primary operating slogan, equity, access, and social justice. How do you improve services to students and enhance equity, access, and social justice? By building a rainy day fund of nearly $100 million for our students, including my 3 wonderful, amazing boys, and our staff. It's raining. In fact, it's pouring. Thank you.
Thank you. SEIU, TCS, Teamsters, UPE.
Board President Ryan, members of the board, Richard Owen with UPE. I want to first say and offer our support for what the community and parents and other organizations have said this evening. It's high time to stop negotiating in public and get behind closed doors and keep those doors closed and get it done for us. 41,000 children are really depending on all of us to get this right. There are serious differences and discussions that need to be had, but stop asking the community to take sides. We need you all to get together and get this done as soon as possible. The second thing I want to talk about, and I need help from this board on, is on the issue of board relationships with schools. I've had a number of calls from principals and assistant principals about board visits, requests being made. And I want you to know it makes some people very uncomfortable when a board member comes to a school and has already met with parents, has already talked about plans for doing X, Y, Z, and that's not appropriate. You're putting principals in a very difficult predicament. Who do principals report to? Who supervises and evaluates principals or vice principals or other administrative staff? We report to the superintendent, and you supervise the superintendent. We expect that protocol to be honored. Now, we get it that you're elected officials and that you have a right to go visit schools and find out what's going on, but before you start talking about policy or making changes at a particular school, that needs to go through some established protocol, because principals are in a very difficult situation where they have to navigate the concerns of parents, of students, of teachers, and classified staff, and it puts them in a very awkward position. So please get it squared away at your level as to how that's to take place so that we can issue the proper instructions to our staff. As of right now, we will be instructing our members to if there's a board visit and there's a request to do X, Y, Z, they will be expected to contact their supervisor, appropriate supervisor, and then that supervisor can check with the superintendent, and superintendent can check with the board. If you have a different kind of policy that you want to implement related to that, let us know. But please stop putting us in that predicament. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Item 8.2, District Parent Advisory Committees, Community Advisory Committee. Renee, is it just you this evening? Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent, and members of the board. I am Renee Webster Hawkins, Vice Chair of the Community Advisory Committee, and I've been on the committee for 5 years. First, I want to thank Trustee Morawski and Trustee Pritchett for readily volunteering last month to serve as board liaisons to the committee, and we look forward to that relationship and supporting you in your knowledge about our work. The CAC held our January general meeting with a parent-to-parent workshop, hosting an educational forum entitled How to Read an IEP. The curriculum was informed by nationally renowned frameworks by the Disability Rights Education Defense Fund and materials from Warmline and SCOE. Over 50 people attended that meeting, many of them benefiting from the translation services, childcare, and light dinner provided by the district. We thank President Ryan and Trustee Morawski, Superintendent Aguilar, and Chief Academic Officer Beta for attending and participating. It's so important to our families, these families who often feel so isolated, to have direct access to all of you and know about your investment in their students' experiences and outcomes. We're holding our next executive committee this Sunday, February 9th at 2 p.m. at Lisbon School. It's a public meeting. We are also holding our February general meeting on March 18th at 6 p.m. here at Cerna Center. It's including childcare, translation, and a light dinner. And the parent-to-parent topic will be discussing the extended school year and how those services can benefit students with disabilities. We believe that we're the only stakeholder group in this district that deliberately complies with the Brown Act in all of our meetings and our deliberations. We notice all of our meetings and executive committee meetings as well, and we have them all in publicly accessible places. We're grateful for the staff support to increase the announcements of these meetings, utilizing the district's communications platforms, and we've seen an increase in attendance and engagement, and so thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Renee. We appreciate your service. District English Learner Advisory Committee. Local Control Accountability Plan Advisory Committee. Good evening, Allison.
Hello. I'm Allison French-Tubo, and I'm here on behalf of LCAP PAC tonight. So we have been meeting regularly and doing lots of reading in between to prepare us for our meetings. And I want to take this moment to thank Vince Harris and Stephen Fong Ramirez for their commitment to getting us accurate and timely information and following up on our questions that we have. One thing that our group agrees on in the LPAC is that we want to provide input to district leadership on priorities prior to the LCAP being issued. We don't want to just comment on the LCAP after it's issued. So towards that, we have been looking at the district's current actions and future plans around each of the categories on the California dashboard. Last meeting, we had small groups rotating through presentations and questions and answers on school climate, college and career, and graduation. Previously, we've had a similar format for math, ELA, ELD, and attendance. Back in our full group, we have synthesized our takeaways on each of those topics and added those ideas to the crosswalk. Do you guys remember the crosswalk? It's from all the different community groups like DLAC and CAC and Student Advisory and African American Black Student Achievement Task Force. So those have all already identified topics as goals and issues. And so we're working with those as our base and then adding our others in. And now we have begun the task of identifying the similarities and themes amongst all those items to group into buckets to incorporate into our advisory response. And we have found two overarching themes through all possible arrangements of buckets, which are equity for students amongst different demographic groups, and then also coherence or consistency. And by that, we're referring to in between being similar between different school sites, having coherence between what is said at the district level and what is carried out at a site level, and just it comes down to business practices as well. It covers a lot of themes that we're looking at. So that is our report on this February meeting, our last meeting. And then this month, we will be looking more closely at the budget and a draft framework for LCAP based on those buckets that we are creating. And the public is always welcome to join us. Our next meeting, I believe, is Monday, February 24th at 6 p.m., and it'll be here at CERNA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Allison. Board Member Minnick has a comment.
Yeah, I just want to say, so I was able to attend the last LCAP meeting after not being able to attend in the fall, so it had been a while, and I was just amazed by the depth of the conversations that they were having, and not only like were they willing to have some pretty hard conversations and really deep conversations about what's best for our kids, but it was clear that they were extremely well informed about all the topics, and I was lucky enough to get to bounce around while they were having small group discussions with district staff on different areas of importance. And I was really impressed by just how well prepared our staff was in making sure that our LCAP members were given the information they really needed to be successful, and the way they handled questions and stuff. So I just want to give a shout out to the members of the LCAP PAC for really diving in, and for all those staff members who were there and made sure that they had the information they needed so they could be successful. So thanks to Vincent and everybody else who really made that happen. So
thank you so much, Member Minnick. Item 8.3, the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Ryan, and good evening to everyone. I'm going to be very short in light of the fact that we do have many people in the audience, and I'm going to, as I did at the last board meeting, encourage you to stay. We have a series of very important presentations, update presentations on our budget, as well as a presentation from the state auditor. So with that, let me just be very brief. I want to just thank all of our staff. Member Minnick, who just walked away. I had the opportunity last week to participate in the Lunar New Year celebrations at Camellia Basic. And I also went there because you may have heard that Camellia Basic will be recognized as a distinguished school in 2020 here in a couple of weeks. And I wanted to make sure that we thanked all of our community members who were going to celebrate the Lunar New Year as well last Friday. I do want to remind our community of a few opportunities to be engaged and stay engaged. We have opened up our Teacher of the Year nomination process, and you have until March 8th. There is a opportunity to do that electronically. Thank you for the suggestion, Member Morawski, through our website on our website, our district website. So please make sure that you nominate some of our outstanding teachers throughout the district. Also want to remind all of our community members that open enrollment has now started, kindergarten through 8th, and will run through Tuesday, February 18th. So please make sure that you're promoting our open enrollment for K through 8th grade. Also sent information about the school climate survey, which is also open. We want to make sure that we are hearing from our community because culture and climate on our campuses, of course, is very important, as we've heard from various public commenters. And you have until March 6th to do that. Finally, I do want to extend an invitation. This has been a topic of a great deal of interest. We have now hired our Director of School Safety, and we are going to have a Safe Schools community meeting this next Tuesday, February 18th at 5 o'clock here at the CERNA Center. You'll be able to interact with our new Director of Safe Schools, Ray Lozada, and hear about his vision around that topic. And finally, just a reminder that we will be closed on Monday, February 10th and Monday, February 17th for our presidential holidays. So again, I'm going to yield back to you, President Ryan, and continue on with our agenda.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item 8.4, President's Report. I'm going to begin just very briefly with two invitations and announcements. In honor of Black History Month, on February 18th, we will be promoting and participating in Black Parent Involvement Day. This will be the second year that my husband participates in the program, a wonderful day where we encourage Black parents across the district to come to visit their schools and play an active role in their children's life, an even more active role than they already are. And I often say it's families and not parents, because we know in our communities it is aunties, uncles, grandparents that are often the bedrock of our familial unit, and so we're encouraging everyone to participate. In addition to that, this is our fourth year of participating in No One Eats Alone Day, part of a national initiative recognizing that around Valentine's Day, there is an increased feeling of isolation for many of our children in school districts. In particular, in Sac City, we have heard it is a time where children feel that they are unwelcomed, and if they are not gifted Valentines in a way that they are expecting, can feel even more isolated from their classmates. No One Eats Alone Day actually encourages students to eat with new partners, and through a series of activities at schools, middle schools across the district, will open conversations about bullying prevention and inclusion. And I just want to, beyond these two events, provide a couple comments as we go into the portion of the agenda that will be focused on budget. When I joined the board a few years ago, I think like so many in this room, as the parent of children that I feared would become a statistic, I wanted to upend an inequitable system. What I didn't know in coming into Sac City Unified was that it wasn't as simple as wanting to lift up restorative practice across the district. It wasn't as simple as wanting to implement multi-tiered systems of support for students who were being left behind. It wasn't as simple as changing the school calendar so we could better recruit teachers or ensure summer learning opportunities, access to community colleges. That so much of our ability to equitably serve students in our district rested on our ability to ensure that our labor partners agreed with those changes. When I look back at the history of Sac City Unified, and in talking to so many of our community members, they will tell you that we have failed Black and brown students for decades. Today is no different. We are at a time when we have a budget crisis that has been documented since 2003, and yet, as little as a few years ago, we were debating with the very partners that serve our students, whether or not we were in the best fiscal position in the history of Sac City Unified. I think that we can agree that we love our teachers and want to do everything we can to ensure that they are well compensated. But frankly, we have to love our children more. And when it comes down to it, we can't continue to come back and say we have agreed to have restorative practices be a part of a negotiated process where people have to choose to participate in order to make that part of the fabric of everything we do. We can't allow for assessments to be signed away by MOUs that never come before the board, so that children like my own daughter don't know that they are failing to meet grade level until halfway into the school year. And we shouldn't have to argue for 8 years over changing a school calendar that we know will create more opportunities for kids. If we walk away from tonight's budget conversation questioning the 5th audit from the State Auditor General, questioning that validity and lacking the courage to put in place the changes we know that will finally center our decision on kids, shame on the board, shame on the community, and shame on Sacramento for not choosing to do better. So I ask you to be partners. This is very difficult work. You know the pressures that we are facing as a result. We can both love and embrace all stakeholders in the district and finally say children will be centered in all of our decisions. Item 8.5, student member report. Board Member Eng Olson.
Thank you, President Ryan. I have a couple updates from the Student Advisory Council. For our Sex Ed initiative, we are finalizing surveys, which we hope we can distribute in district high schools. And the objective of the surveys are to evaluate the current state and efficacy of sex ed curriculum and instruction in high schools. Once we gather the survey results, we can then strategize on how to improve high school sex ed to mitigate deficiencies expressed by the survey. Some student concerns that are on our radar include a lack of inclusivity in sex ed for individuals who do not identify as straight and cisgender. Another concern is how sex ed is only taught for a couple of days, usually freshman year, and students are likely to forget or disregard information that is presented so briefly. The second SAC initiative is to organize care closets to serve vulnerable students in this district and provide them with donated clothing. Like the Sex Ed initiative, the Care Closet initiative team is putting together a student survey to gather data on where and why care closets are needed. We hope to submit our survey results to the LCAP committee by March so that the data may be considered in the allocation of funds towards the initiative topics. I would also like to expand the accessibility of the student board member and student advisory council applications. To my knowledge, in the past couple of years, you essentially have to know the student board member personally or specifically who to contact in order to get a hold of the application for the student board member position and for the student advisory council. And in an effort to expand the reach of youth representation in the district, it's imperative that we make the applications accessible to all students in SUSD. If the applications are easier to access, then hopefully more people will apply. In my opinion, having the application form available year-round on the district website and then having a set deadline for when that application is due is a much clearer and effective way of processing candidates. I also like to announce that I'm holding a student forum at Kennedy High School, similar to the one I did with Board Member Minnick at West Campus, which is currently set for next Thursday at 2:30 and is open to all district students. And lastly, I would like to revisit the leadership crisis at McClatchy, an issue that was touched upon last board meeting. I, as a student, fear that nothing will happen and that we are currently en route to no significant reform in the leadership at my school. My brother is a freshman at McClatchy, and for him and the thousands of students coming after me, I feel obligated to advocate for our school. At-risk, vulnerable students are hurting the most when teachers leave due to a school environment rendered inhospitable by ineffective leadership. As a representative for student concerns, I will keep bringing up this issue until McClatchy students, including myself, know that tangible change will occur. Students don't like empty promises. Superintendent Aguilar, I'd love to have a meeting with you and maybe a few additional McClatchy students who can represent a cross-section of McClatchy's diverse population so we can discuss the situation at greater depth, and I hope that we can meet to examine what's best for the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Eng Olson. Item 8.6, information sharing by board members. Do we have any board members who wish to share at this time? Board Member Wu.
I will just say that I was at Council of Great City Schools for the weekend last, and that the next Washington meeting is March 21, 22, 23, 24. It's in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Wu. Vice President Pritchett.
Thank you, President Ryan. I have a couple things I wanted to report on. First, I've had several community members reach out to me regarding public records requests. And I asked on the dais about a month ago, asked the superintendent to give the board information regarding the public records requests that are coming into the district. So I have some data that I want to share with our communities. That way you understand kind of the process and why sometimes it takes so long. First off, to date, our district has received 114 public records requests. It doesn't actually cover if there is extra work that needs to be done or follow-ups. Just in a reflection of that, in 2018-19, there was only a total of 204 public records requests. In addition, our legal services department currently employs a 0.5 office assistant who spends approximately 20 hours per week logging, gathering, coordinating with other departments, sorting through and redacting responsive records. That's a total of approximately 35 hours of legal services, staff time, just solely, just on PRAs. That doesn't include, we also, when there's a public records request that comes in, it also includes technology services. It includes human resources and business and budget office, sometimes our payroll department. So based on hourly employee rates, an estimated cost for an employee time dedicated to PRAs falls in the range of $2,000 to $2,800 per week. This figure equates to a full-time employee and a six-figure salary. I hope that information is useful to some of the people that were asking for that information. Now, to get student-centered, I was asked to join the advisory council for the ECD program at Rosemont High School. My first meeting was January 29th, and it was so refreshing to see members of the trades surrounding the table along with staff at the high school and a student. And then without the support of the trades, none of this would be possible. We are literally giving students a skill that they can use to make a good living, have benefits, and most importantly, have a pension. So it's my hope that in the near future that we as a board can discuss how we can play a role at all of our schools and have this rolled out to each of our high schools. Every one of our students deserves this type of education.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. Second Vice President Minnick.
Thank you. Real quick, I just wanted to do a follow-up for Member Ang Olson based on the student forum at West Campus. Part of that conversation was we had a discussion with some students about new or deeper ways for student voice to be heard at the district. And as promised, I followed up with the superintendent about the level of engagement at the LCAP for students. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew and everybody knew that. So I went to the LCAP meeting and they were, this was like the next week or 2 weeks later, they were already discussing like how best to strengthen the youth voice on that. They had already been having conversations with folks in our youth development department. And even though we're not there and we still have a lot of work to do to make sure we have student voice, I want you to know so you can kind of let other students know that those times that you do speak up, like you are being heard. And the wheels turn slowly sometimes in our system. But I was excited to go to this meeting and hear, oh, they're talking about this already. And that was based on those conversations that we had. So keep fighting, keep advocating because it's working.
Thank you so much, Member Minnick, and I think we would all echo, you are often the smartest voice on this dais. Item 9.0, Board Workshop, Strategic Plan, and Other Initiatives. In introducing this next section, I do want to recognize that this is part of the board's very intentional effort between now and June of having a single board meeting per month dedicated to the issue of budget. And so you'll see the next several items are a deep dive into a series of critical budget conversations. I want to also thank Board Member Lisa Murawski for her fabulous work in getting us underway on the Fiscal Transparency and Accountability Committee. The work that was done in that committee was vital to laying the foundation for these board-focused budget workshops that we'll be having over the coming next few months. And I do want to share, while the website has been down with the repository of materials that Board Member Murawski's committee had put together, we will have that back up shortly, as many of those materials will be the premise for some of the conversations that we have in the coming months. Item 9.1, the Governor's 2020-2021 budget update. This evening will be presented by Rose Ramos. Okay. And Leilani. Yes, okay, sorry. I just wanted to make sure that you were also presenting Leilani before I introduced you. She's not listed.
Good evening, President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent. Tonight, we're going to be presenting an update on the governor's proposed budget for the 2021 year, with the focus, of course, on K-12 education. And tonight, we have with us Leilani. She is the Director of Government Relations at School Services of California, and she's going to present the overview budget proposals, and then I'll come back with those specific items that impact Sac City Unified. Okay, so with that, I'll turn it over.
Great, thank you. And is this the clicker over here? Oh, okay, great. So Leilani Aguinaldo on behalf of School Services of California, pleased to be here this evening to present to all of you here today. So good evening, board members and Superintendent Aguilar. First, let me start off by saying apologies in advance because we're going to be bouncing back and forth between a few of the slides. So we're not going to go entirely in order, but we will be addressing all of the slides here today. So I was asked to come here to present a summary of the governor's proposed budget.
Is it on? I do that all the time too.
To propose a summary of the governor's proposed budget that was unveiled a month ago on January 10. So as a reminder, as I'm sure you all know, we are very much in the infancy of the state budget process. And Prop 98, we're all very familiar with. It's the mandatory minimum level of state funding that the state must provide for K-12 schools, for all public schools in California. So for 2021, what the governor has proposed is that the state level of funding for public education this year, or in the budget year, will be $84 billion. And that's about a 2.9% increase, $2.4 billion increase over the revised numbers for the enacted budget for the current year, 1920. So factoring in all of the adjustments that are also included in the budget proposal, that results in a total of about $3 billion in additional state funding that the governor has at his disposal to propose for investments in the budget year. So the bulk of those investments are going towards LCFF. He is proposing to fund a 2.29% COLA, which will cost the state about $1.2 billion. So as context, right, because we're in the infancy of the budget process, as we mentioned, so for consideration, what the Legislative Analyst's Office has proposed is if there is an increase or if there's a will to put more money into the LCFF, every 0.5% increase in COLA will cost the state $300 million. So I give you that point as a point of reference as budget negotiations happen, right? Because there'll be trade-offs, and if there is an interest in the state to put more money into LCFF for all school districts, that will cost the state $300 million for each 0.5% increase. So for context, one of the things that I just wanted to point out to you for 2021 is there has been a lot of volatility going into this proposed budget for 2021. So if you think back to about 6 months ago when the current year budget was enacted and signed into law, what was projected is that it would be a 3.0% COLA for LCFF. And then a few months after that, the Legislative Analyst's Office came out with an estimate for what they predicted would be the COLA for 2021, and they predicted it at 1.79%, which was a significant decrease from the 3.0 that districts were told to budget. And in the meantime, when the budget was proposed last month, Governor Newsom has put it at 2.29%. So I give that all to you as context, just to show the types of volatility that school districts have to work with.
So what does that mean for the district? Well, this is just a comparison of what we were thinking we were going to get at first interim for the out years. And as you can see, there's the decrease. So this is in percentages. So what does that mean in dollars? So in dollars, it's here. So the top part of that table shows a cumulative amount of LCFF funding that we were projecting to get, which is that first interim line. And the tables that follow right beneath that break out the LCFF by the base and the supplemental concentration, just so you can see the impact on the two funding sources that make up the total amount. And as you'll see in 2021, that's a pretty significant difference than what we were projecting at first interim. Yes, it's a little bit less than what we were thinking when we were looking at the 1.79, but nonetheless, it's an ongoing decrease, and which we don't need during this time, of course. So 2.8, looking at a decrease of 2.8 in 2021, 3.3 in 21-22, and in 22-23, about $4.8 million and less revenue that we have to look forward to.
So just to take a step back and put this all in context for you as well, just to compare from 1920 to what we're working with here for 2021. What does this mean for school districts? So going into 1920, districts had, or the state as a whole, was injecting $3 billion of new money into Prop 98. And for the current year, for 1920, what this translated towards for school districts is we saw a bulk of this $3 billion going to districts for in the form of more money through LCFF. It was almost $2 billion that was spent down to districts in the current year. And then there was a significant increase in special education funding, about $645 million that was new money for school districts for special education. So for the current year, there was a good amount of money that school districts received that helped with operations relief. Compared to 2021, all districts have to look forward to for operations relief in 2021 is COLA, LCFF COLA. Out of that $3 billion that the governor has proposed to invest for 2021, only $1.2 billion in COLA is what districts have to count on at this point for operations relief. And then also, not to mention that in 1920, in the current year budget, there was also an infusion of cash, more than $3 billion that we got outside of Prop 98 that went towards STRS and PERS relief for districts as well. So the other thing I wanted to focus in on as today's budget summary, because I know that it's a significant impact for Sac City Unified, is the special education. So just as a recap, in 1920, it was $645 million of new state funds that was put into special education at the state level. How did we get that money? So the districts received that money in the form of $152 million, which was used to increase the base target, that's the minimum level of funding then that all school districts receive for special education, so that was a big chunk of that money. And then a bigger chunk of it was almost $500 million for preschoolers with disabilities. So these were 3, 4, and 5-year-old students that were in state preschool programs that have an IEP. These are preschoolers with disabilities. And so districts got an amount of money for that as well. So this was $645 million of new ongoing money. But what we were told for 1920 is, you're getting this for 1 year, and it'll remain to be seen how you're going to get this in the future years. So for 2021, what the governor has proposed doing is that $645 million of new money, that's going to be used to further increase the minimum base rate that school districts receive for special education. So details on this part of the budget we're still waiting for the governor's trailer bill language that will detail what this new formula will look like. But our best guess at school services is that this new base rate will be somewhere between $640 and $680 per ADA. So it's not going to be a range, it's definitely going to be a set amount, but that's the range that we're estimating based on what we know from the governor's proposal so far. So what does this mean for Sac City Unified?
And here it is. So we use the, the low range of 640 since we don't know. It's a pretty, big unknown at this point, rather than overestimate. Our current rate, as you'll see up there, is $556.63. So that is a nice bump up. So using that 640 and looking at 2021, that would bring in roughly about 5.5 million. And in the following year, 5.4, the third year, about 5.2. So at least we have some offset to that decrease that we're getting in the COLA, but nonetheless, it's still we're not going to be able to realize the full increase from this because of that offset in our COLA. So we're looking at about, we did the math on that, and we don't have it up there, but I can just share quickly. It's about a 2.2 million gain in that first year. The second year, it drops down to about 2, and the third year, it really comes down to about 400,000. And the reason for that is because we also have to factor in that we are projecting a decline in enrollment. So, we're accounting for that as well.
And then just as a reminder for context, as has already been said in many studies, and as you know all too well, Sac City Unified has been very underfunded historically. So I included this this chart up here just to give you that context. So in 1819 and even before that, Sac City Unified was the 10th lowest funded SELPA in the state. That's out of like 220 SELPAs. We were the 10th lowest funded in the state. So, and you see here this maximum of 928, and in 1920 it's a maximum of 960. It's actually really misleading because those are two SELPAs that are out in far-flung areas of the state. But really, the bulk of school districts, the bulk of SELPAs were clustered around that the statewide target, with Sac City unfortunately being historically underfunded. And so in 1920, when they raised that minimum of the base-wide target, that was a significant increase for Sac City Unified for special education. And then just going through really quickly, another chunk of money that's going to be going out to school districts this year, there is $250 million, also one-time funds that again will be going for 3, 4, and 5-year-olds with disabilities. Again, this is just a proposal, but this money is half of what school districts like Sac City received in the current year. Here I've summarized all of the governor's major proposals that are included in his budget. Didn't want to go into too much detail onto any of these other proposals, but happy to answer any questions you might have. And then just setting it for context, what's not included in the budget? There's no increased LCFF targets. That's something that I know a lot of folks have continued to advocate for. That is not a part of this budget. There is no new money for STRS and PERS, and there's no one-time discretionary dollars as well.
And we're getting to the end of the presentation. And so what do we have to look forward to? It remains to be seen, but the opportunities are that there may be additional special ed funding. The deficit factor that is applied to our rate may be eliminated. So for us, what does that mean? It's about $600,000 a year, but that's to be determined. And then depending on the state budget, there may be improvements there. We don't know yet. There could be still a lot of negotiation between now and then. And then for us locally, what risks do we possibly have? Future liabilities that we don't know yet. Textbook adoptions that we haven't factored in the out years. We know we have some factored in the future years, but we don't know for the 3rd or 4th year what we may need to set aside for. And then we have some expiring resources, some pretty major ones out there that we have to decide how or if we're going to sustain those. And then finally, the risk is, of course, again, the state budget, what ultimately ends up there and how it could impact us. So I think this is it. And then our next budget updates will be, of course, our second interim report, which is due in March to you. And then as far as the state budget updates, we have the May revise, and then we have the state enacted budget. And typically it is the May revise that districts use those factors to build their budget on, but we do know that after May revise and up until the state enacted budget, there is a lot of further negotiation that comes through that may impact a school district's budget. So we may bring a budget to you that's based on May revise, but then may have to turn around, during those summer months and update it based on what actually ends up in the state enacted budget. So that is pretty much the update if there are any questions for us.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramos and Leilani. Do we have any public comment on this item at this time?
We do. We have one. Maria Rodriguez.
I don't know why Cecile's not asking a question.
Good evening, Board. My name's Maria Rodriguez, and I have a question that I hope you will ask for me, since I know we in the public can ask our questions, but we may or may not get an answer. It says 17 seconds. Okay, thank you. So I have worked for the last 12 years at a nonprofit in Davis doing their accounting, everything. And I love, love, love accounting. And how do I say this? So I just recently, one of my passions is to explain to people in simple words what the numbers are saying. And so for instance, at my work, I say, yes, every year we struggle with budgets. We don't know if we can give raises. We don't know if we can hire the people we need to, and everyone's like, oh, it's horrible. But yet we have $1 million in the bank. Well, we have $1 million in the bank, but all but 15,000 of that is restricted. People have given that money for specific reasons, and I'm sorry, we can't use it for any other purpose than that. So what I heard right now is that, yes, there's going to be more income, and Ms. Ramos can correct me in public if I am wrong. What I'm hearing is that we are getting increases, but they're restricted. So my question, though, goes to the operating reserve. I did hear the Vice President of Sacramento City Teachers Association ask about the reserve, or maybe it was someone else. But anyway, my question is what is the requirement for the school district as far as what the reserve has to be? Are we at that point? Are we over it? By how much of a percent are we over it? From all my years of being here, I understand, in my opinion, that really the school district's hands are tied because they have to be restricted on what they can propose for enrollment. They have to be very conservative. There's a lot of pressures from the state and county about how things can be accounted for. And so while we would all like to make our best positive guesses for the future, there are a lot of restrictions that the school district is held to that you have no control over. And I wish there could be more teaching about that in a very simplistic way to the public. So yeah, that's about it. One-time funds, a lot of it's going to special ed, which is good. And
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
oh, and I was going to say we need consistency. We need Ms. Ramos to be here for a long time so she knows everything.
And the auditor wrote about the need for consistency, so
Sorry.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Do we have any other public comments at this time? Okay, we're going to take board member questions and comments. I do think, Ms. Ramos, it would be appropriate for you to address the question of what is an appropriate reserve. We will be talking in our board policy about the board reserve level. And also, I think, once again, because this comes up quite consistently, what would 3 months of operating expenses entail to guard against economic uncertainty?
I can do that. The required reserve for the district is 2%. 2% of expenses and transfers in, and there's another category. For us, approximately, based on our current budget, is about $11.5 million. And the other question I heard was, do we have that enough in our current ending fund balance to support that? We do for 2 years, but for that third year, we do not. We are actually at a negative. So we need to, look at our budget to determine, and the other question was, what is a healthy reserve? That depends. That's a big question, right? What do we want to consider to be healthy? Is it enough just to get by and meet that 2%, or do we want to achieve something a little bit greater? And what is that achievement? That's a bigger discussion. Is it based on fiscal solvency so that we can save away for a rainy day in the event that we know we have a future revenue reduction? We can have a soft landing and make thoughtful reductions and not just reactionary slash and burn like we had to do during the 07-08 crisis. Or perhaps you are going to save away for a certain initiative, an educational program. So that depends. It's a pretty big question. And some districts have adopted double their reserves, especially smaller districts. They have a 3%. They may go for a 6% reserve. So it will just require a little bit more analysis. If you want to go for a 3-month operating costs, that would be roughly about maybe another, you would probably get close to about maybe 40 million in that category. So yeah, it just pretty much, it would depend. And we have more discussion on that. We'll share some more details as we get to that budget item.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. Our first question comes from Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I think this is a great presentation in terms of framing sort of where we're going from the statewide level and how that impacts Sac City Unified. So I really appreciate sort of that comparison. I think it's very, very helpful. So on slide 8, relative to special ed funding from the state, so we'll potentially see an increase, especially if the base rate is increased to, you're calculating maybe like 640. And I think that is reflected on slide 8. So these are all positive numbers, which is great, right? So I did have questions along the lines that Maria had in terms of the special ed dollars, if those have restrictions. Last year, I think they were unrestricted. But moving forward, if they have restrictions, what that means. And then in particular, I'm interested in learning what that would mean to the general fund, which is where we have that structural deficit.
Right, as proposed right now, and this is the part of the budget proposal that we're still waiting for more details, but at this point, we don't expect that there will be any specific restrictions on any new money that the district gets with the new special education-based targets. I mean, they would be required to be spent for special education services, for mandated special education services. So this is really an attempt for the state to infuse more money for districts that are spending out of their general fund dollars to provide mandated services for students with disabilities.
So meaning that there's a cost savings on the general fund for the district.
That's correct. And so to put it in other words, that means that our contribution then would be, could be possibly reduced, assuming everything's equal, stays the same, right? Our contribution could possibly be reduced by these amounts.
And then, so just to take it one step further, so that $27 million ongoing structural deficit could potentially be reduced by $5.5 million in 2021, more or less, because these are also ongoing dollars.
Not necessarily, because remember in the previous slides, we showed you that the COLA was going to be reduced. So then we have a reduction in the revenue that we were projecting to get at first interim. So we would have to offset this reduction in revenue against that increased revenue to determine really what the net impact would be to our budget in the out years. Is that?
Thank you.
Yes, thank
sense?
you.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramos. Excellent point. Board Member Minnick.
Thanks. I just had a couple quick questions on slide 12 where you talked about the governor's proposed investments, and I know that we can't count on any of this, but like I wondered if you could explain or give a quick summary of what these opportunity grants are, the 300 million, and then my related question is, so we've had times in the past where we didn't receive grants that we had hoped to, or we got smaller amounts. 21st Century comes to mind, and some others, and so my question then that related to this is, do you anticipate of the additional funding opportunities that you see kind of on the horizon, are you seeing things that we may be kind of especially well suited for or competitive for, some more than others?
Right, certainly. And again, this is just an overview, right, of everything that the governor proposed. So on this slide, aside from COLA, I believe everything else, and the preschool grant that I mentioned in a different slide, all of the other proposals that the governor has included in his January budget proposal, these are all grants that need to be applied for. None of this is expected to go out on a per ADA basis. So specifically, Board Member Minnick, to answer your question about the opportunity grants, so there was a framework that was shared when the trailer bill language on this proposal was shared last week, yes. But we're still waiting for a lot of the details. As proposed right now, what we do know for the opportunity grants is that they're intended to go to schools and school districts that are serving low-performing schools. How low-performing is going to be defined remains to be seen. What we were told in the trailer bill language is that those details and the definition for low-performing schools will be determined by the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence in a plan that they're going to be required to release by November of this year. And one of the key details, though, is that eligible recipients of the grants need to be at least 90% FRPM. So while this money, the $300 million, is intended to support those schools that are identified as low performing, they're really targeting it to a very narrow subset of those schools because, I mean, obviously 90% FRPM, free reduced price meal student population, that's a really high threshold. So it really limits the number of schools that would be eligible. So that's certainly something for Sac City to look at.
Not district.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Eligible schools would be, at this point as proposed, they would be 90% FRPM. So that's one of the things. As for other opportunities that Sac City Unified might have, the $900 million educator recruitment and retention, that's an aggregation of different programs that are in there. I know that Sac City Unified, I believe, has a residency program, so that's something that they could potentially pursue. But also included in that $900 million are grants for individuals. So they are not grants that would necessarily help with Sac City Unified and the provision of services and in the programs that you have. But for example, there is a proposal in that $900 million that would be $20,000 stipends for teachers. So those are targeted specifically for the individual and not necessarily for the school district, although it's intended to incentivize teachers to come into the profession and to teach in high-need subjects at high-need schools.
Thank you, Leilani. And I think, as you mentioned, with some of these being contingent upon 90% of our schools being free and reduced price meal, it actually positions Sac City quite well because that is a large percentage of the schools across the district. Board Member Morowski.
Thank you both for a very clear presentation and analysis. just reflecting on what you've presented, it shows how vulnerable the districts are to kind of fluctuations and these big macro level, state level factors that we really don't have control over. Just that things can swing by 5 million this way and 2 million this way. So that's just a reflection and something that we need to be cognizant about when we talk about why budget projections are always changing or are the numbers right or wrong. Someone once told me the only thing you know about a budget projection for sure is that it's wrong. You just don't know, which way and how wrong, right? So I just appreciate that context of how it's always changing. There's a couple of things that I'm glad you brought up. One of them is the SIG grants, and I'd love to, hear more about, how much the impact is to Sac City Unified. Maybe in another presentation. I'm not, sure you don't have those numbers and the schools right now, but that's something that I'm really concerned about. I know Leotata Floyd Elementary and in my area in particular has been a beneficiary of the SIG grants along with other really schools with highly vulnerable populations. So I really think that's something that we need to understand better and to focus on. I think perhaps the community school grants, if that goes through, that could be an opportunity to offset some of that. But I think we really need to know to inform the ability of us as board members and our community members to advocate for something that will replace those funds or maintain those funds, because I think for certain schools that is going to be just so critical to have, because they really support the student services that kind of make those schools run for populations that have a lot of trauma. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rowski. Excellent points. We don't have any other board member questions or comments at this time. Thank you both so much for your time in presenting this evening. Obviously, we know that a great deal can change between now and the May revise, hopefully for the better, given the fact that we are not seeing the kind of operational offset in expenses that we would hope. And we appreciate, once again, the items that you've brought before us. Moving on to item 9.2. This is actually an action item. The approval of the first interim fiscal recovery plan this evening, also presented by Rose Ramos.
Yes, this is the 1920 First Interim Recovery Plan. It's part of our required reporting to SCOE with all of our interim reports, and a draft went to SCOE in mid-January, based again on first interim reports. And basically what we're saying is just we're repeating what our deficit is, what our shortfall is, our target solution, and then acknowledging the reductions we've already made, and then putting out there possibly some options for achieving that target reduction. And then the board takes action on the plan, and please just know that this is an evolving plan with some ideas about how we can possibly close this gap. And it's meant to be a plan that the board weighs in on and provides feedback. And so another updated plan would be presented at second interim. And as we know, the majority of our reductions have already been made in those items and categories that don't require negotiation. So what's remaining on the table is items that will require negotiations. And there was a more extensive list provided in your board packet. And so basically, we just have to approve the plan at this point and take any questions or feedback.
Great. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have two. Renee Webster Hawkins and Sarah Williams.
Good evening, and I'm Renee Webster Hawkins. Sarah is giving me her 2 minutes.
Okay.
And I hope
4
this
minutes,
is
Anne. Thank you.
I hope this is the appropriate item to make this comment. In the multiple initiatives to improve student outcomes and balance the budget, I believe there's been a deafening silence in one area of governance and accountability that could also be part of a fiscal recovery plan, and that is the district's contracting and procurement practices for vendors and other classroom resources. Back in 2017, when the Council of Great City Schools released its dire report of findings and recommendations regarding deficiencies in special education services, nowhere in the 175 pages was there any review or even mention of the district's contracts for services, which is remarkable given how significantly the district relies on NPS and other companies to provide speech and language services, instructional and behavioral aids, health professionals, and supplemental intervention. The district also pays millions per year to an outside private law firm to litigate against parents who are trying to assert their children's educational rights. Even after the release of the audit, which demonstrated the systemic deficiencies and other disproportionality which violates the civil rights of thousands of our students. Since those reports came out, based on Public Records Act requests and other inquiry of staff, I have learned that these contracts are not procured through competitive bid or an open and transparent request for proposals. And more importantly, I've learned that there are no performance metrics or other data required by these contracts, which would assist the district with evaluating how effectively the services provided are assisting with achieving the goals in the students' IEPs or improving student outcomes. I've also heard time and time again from countless parents that I have talked to about the lack of trained aides or other service providers, despite the fact that their child is entitled to one in their IEP, only to be told that the district's contractors don't have enough aides available. All the while, I know there's companies out there that would love to compete for contracts to provide these services. Since then, other district contracting has come under similar criticism, notably the contract for school resource officers, which apparently contain no requirement to provide data regarding the services provided or the incidents responded to. I'm an administrator of a state agency. I would be fired if I procured consultant and other outside contracts without competitive bidding and internal controls to measure and demonstrate the effectiveness of the services provided. It is basic practices for fraud, waste, and abuse for any public agency. So you may recall that in June 19, the Community Advisory Committee formally called on you, the trustees, to immediately adopt board and administrative policies to ensure that all district contracts include performance metrics and monitoring, and that they only be renewed after public competitive bidding. Please do this now before you vote on one more contract renewal buried in your consent agenda. In an era of fiscal restraint and accountability, it is only prudent. It is essential. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any board comments?
No.
All right. Seeing no board comments, this is an action item. Can I get a motion to approve the first interim? Oh, I asked for board member comments. Nobody hit their button. Oh. Member Morosky.
Thank you, sorry. So I just wanted to ask you, Rose, or Ms. Ramos, to explain just a little bit more about kind of what it means, what we're voting on today, since it is an action item. And it is a little unclear, maybe because the savings plan is contingent on negotiations, and we don't know what that will look like. It does have, it does include a lot more specificity in terms of the dollar amounts and the calculations than prior plans, which I really appreciate. And I appreciate, you know, the backup and the you know, the ability to say, like, what are those particular line items and how were they calculated. I would, you know, like a little more more analysis in terms of how these specific reduction proposals affect individual employee groups. And I know we're going to come back around at the second interim with an updated plan, but I would just ask, you know, as we're looking at, and particularly on the healthcare savings proposal, that it really be based on hopefully our ability to benchmark off of a plan that is comprehensive and that is, a robust offering. That we're not benchmarking it based on a very low-value plan, for instance. So I think that, as we look at, as we're adopting this in terms of direction to the district to go forward with negotiating savings, that's just a direction that I would prefer we go in.
Sure. I can comment on the health savings, but for the purpose of the plan, and just to give you a little bit of background, I'm going to invite Terry Ryland, our fiscal advisor, to come up and just to share a little bit about the requirement on that. Oh,
Superintendent Gordon will actually
Sorry,
be coming up
apologize.
as well. Thank you. Superintendent Gordon, you've been spending many nights with us at Sac City Unified Board meetings.
Yes,
Thank you for
always-
being here.
Always a pleasure, board. Pleasure to be here. Member Morawski, the question you're asking is a part of the negotiations process, and I think the staff will take your wishes into account in the context of conducting the negotiations process, but it's not appropriate really to negotiate in public. So they'll take your guidance and your advice into account. And then, as Ms. Ramos said, this plan is a plan that is totally flexible and totally in process pending the outcome of negotiations, and it will return to you at second interim. So it's not something that's set in concrete.
Which is obviously concerning since so much in negotiations is beyond our control. But thank you for your candor. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to ask a couple of questions from the actual item, on the agenda rather than the PowerPoint. So on page 2, under budget reductions implemented, you have a box with outlining the programs that are no longer considered for budget reductions. So what it doesn't tell me is which programs would still be available for potential budget reductions, because even with the plan for healthcare savings, it doesn't get us to the number that we need to get to. So I'm wondering if we have a more comprehensive plan that can be shared in subsequent updates or board meetings that are not necessarily, that can be shared in public because they're not part of the negotiation. So what else are we looking at? And I don't think that's been clear to me thus far, and I don't know if there's a plan to do that. I'd like for that to happen because we can't just rely on healthcare savings to close the budget deficit. It's just not enough.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. We will absolutely take that into account, and I think it is a nice segue into the presentation that we'll be having by the auditor shortly, in recognition of the findings that there were very few other places to find the kind of reductions we would need necessary to meet the total structural deficit. So with that, we have no other board member comments or questions. This is an action item. Do I have a motion for approval of the first interim fiscal recovery plan? We have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? The motion carries. Thank you. Item 9.3, revised board policy. Number 3100, business and non-instructional operations, budget reserves, and use of one-time funds. This is a first reading. I just want to remind board members and the public that we have been undergoing a governance journey of more than a year and a half of monthly trainings in best practices around good board governance, including understanding how to be better in our practices and our budget role. We have decided as part of that, we're going to have a first reading, second reading, and then action item as appropriate on critical items as they come before the board to allow for enough discussion, both with the public and board members, to make the best and most informed decisions.
Okay. So here, the top part is the current board policy 3100 under the business section. And it currently just reads that the district will adhere to the state required minimum reserve, which is 2%, meets or exceeds. And the proposed policy is right beneath that, and the first couple of lines just reiterate that, but then it adds that the district will strive for a 5% of total general fund expenditures, and this is reading for economic uncertainty. And that also states that should the district fall below that the efforts will be made to restore that rate at a rate of 1% per year. So for example, if you get to a 5% in the future, and the following year you're at a 4%, the following year then you will work hard to restore that 1% to get you back up to the 5%, just to clarify that. And the benefits for that are, of course, to protect the district from future fiscal crisis. This provides you a buffer so that you can adjust your expenditures if you have any kind of funding reductions, or you can absorb an additional liability that you were not anticipating. And then it allows a district time to really thoughtfully adjust your budget and strategically versus having to just go in there and make massive reductions that you're not prepared for, and that can be pretty harsh. And the other item was the use of one-time funds. Now, in this one, let me go back really quick on the reserves. We did survey a few districts just to kind of get a feel for what were some of the board required reserves in other districts that were above the minimum, and a lot of them tend to land right around 5%. So we use that as a starting point, a benchmark. However, we did struggle with the use of one-time funds. For this one, this will be probably a new policy out there. Many districts do not have this yet, and I don't want to say none because there may be one that we just didn't come across. So this is a relatively new policy. It's just a very good budget practice that most districts do utilize. And what this is saying is just that the district will not utilize one-time funding for ongoing expenses unless it's a last resort. And then it further clarifies that as part of the annual budget, the district office will definitely disclose one-time funding separately and have the board take action on the use of such one-time funding. A couple of them that I can think of quickly that many districts did receive in the last few years were the CSI funding and the Low Improvement Block Grant. And those are one-time funds that we knew had an expiration, and the requirement was for the district office to bring those forward to the board and to show a plan, what was the proposed spending, and then the exit strategy. So that would be an example of bringing something forward. And of course, the benefits are that there's clear guidance, especially to the business office, the budget office, on the appropriate use of one-time funds so that we prevent utilizing those for ongoing expenses, and we avoid those situations where we're committed to a long-term liability that we don't have a sustainable plan or an exit strategy. So that is pretty much it. And again, it's just a first reading. It's subject to further revisions, but just something to get this information out there and have that discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. And again, in an effort to be as transparent as we possibly could in the dissolution of our committees, including our policy committee, we are now hearing this as part of our special budget board meeting. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No.
Oh, looks like we have one late
Never
public
mind.
comment.
Maria Rodriguez.
Thank you for the other opportunity. So again, in an effort to speak in general language, I really appreciate the inclusion of the one-time funds policy. What I always have, and I've caught off guard in doing budgets with this, when you use one-time funds, and maybe you guys all know this, maybe I'm talking to the public, when you use one-time funds for operating expenses, you then start the next year with a hole, because now you've operated with these one-time funds that aren't going to be there. So the next year when it comes up to budgeting, you're already in a hole by whatever that amount is, because that is not there. So it puts you off at a bad point. So that's a great policy. Now, this is the first hearing, and I'll think about this and I'll ponder it, and maybe I'll revise my thoughts. But I do wonder in this time if 5% is a little bit high, given that the requirements are 2%. I also tend to do my budgeting from a place of abundance and not scarcity. And I know that comes from my faith. And frankly, I work at a church, but I've been there 12 years and it's different than public domain, I understand. But I just fear that we're being a little too scarce. But I'll come back when you do the second reading and see if I've changed my mind.
Thank you so much. We're going to take board member questions and comments at this time. I do want to thank again Member Morowski for the work done in the Fiscal Transparency and Accountability Committee. Part of that was a matrix of recommendations put forth by FICMAT, this being one of them. Obviously, we know a historic practice and a bad budgeting practice of Sac City Unified has been the use of one-time funds to cover ongoing expenses and the lack of a reserve policy. So these are critical responses to that FICMAT recommendation. Board Member Garcia.
Yeah, so thank you. I'm glad we're moving on on this policy. It's very important, and it's one of the recommendations that has been consistently brought to our attention that we're lacking. I did, and I appreciate that we have this sort of format now, that it's informational, so we have a back and forth, and we can continue to think and process these proposals. But I did want to echo sort of if the proposal would be from going to 2% to 5% from one year to another, or is there a plan to do like a phase-in? We go from 2, 3, 4, 5 over a certain period of time so that the shock is not that great. I don't know if that's something that sort of can be considered, if there's a best practice out there.
Okay. No, great. I think several of us had that same question.
And then I
Thank
have
you,
a
Member
couple
Garcia.
other questions, so, yeah. So I don't know if you want to answer now, or?
I can just provide some comments on that. Obviously, we still need to meet the first, items that we need to address, the major items, which is fiscal solvency. We need to make sure that we resolve the deficit, and then we achieve 2%. And then from there, it's up to the board to decide how they would like to approach achieving a 5%. So the other two are our priorities, definitely.
Thank you.
And then just a couple more questions. So I thought at one point, and perhaps I'm not remembering this correctly, there was a recommendation that it was a higher percentage for reserves. Is that correct? Like at one point it was like 7 or 10%, or?
So Leticia, Member Garcia, what you're remembering is our budget consultant that we had, Jackie Canfield, gave us a range that was considered healthy, not a recommendation that we would be tackling, but just for consideration among other urban school districts.
Okay. So, and then the last couple of comments are on the one-time funds. I feel like we need maybe like belt and suspenders in this regard moving forward. I just don't know if I think this is enough, because I need to maybe we need to figure out how else we're going to consider those last resort types of situations. Is it keeping the lights on, or is it buying new computers? I mean, there needs to be sort of, I'd like to know what it means. What's the last resort? Because going back to the public comment, then we set ourselves to start off with the whole the following year. So I'm just very, I'd like to hear more feedback, not today, you don't have to answer this today, but how we can sort of restrict this flexibility, because it's still somewhat of a flexibility on using one-time dollars on ongoing expenditures. And I mean, that just makes me nervous, even if we're considering it for an emergency. But if that's an emergency, what kind of emergencies are we talking about? So, so if you can come back with that. And I think those are just my questions. So thank you.
Thank you. Second Vice President Minnick.
Thank you. And actually, Member Garcia asked the question I was going to ask about the recommended percentage. So I'm glad you brought that up. I do want to say I appreciate the policy around one-time funds, because we do know that we've heard from several reports now, audits and whatnot, that this is how we got in this mess. And it's kind of a way to, this policy to kind of protect us from ourselves, from slipping down that slide again. My question, though, just as a reminder, I know we've talked about this in the past, but I need some, this helps with like real world context. When we talk about a 5% reserve, in a bad situation, economic crash, the bottom falls out. What does 5% reserve, like, how far does that get us in our, like, operating expenses if we need that? Because I think that's a way to kind of contextualize, like 5% in a big budget sounds like a lot of money. But how far does that get us if we, run out of cash or whatever?
Probably just a few months. Our budget is $540 million, so quickly doing the math, half a year of that is what, $270 million. So 5% reserve is just a little over double what we're doing right now at 11.5. A lot of numbers I'm throwing out there. So it'd be probably just a few months at a 5%. And so it would depend on the board, what would be their comfort level, what is it that you would want to plan for, and then what would be considered those items that would be high priority that you want to continue to fund. So it's a pretty big question, probably a little bit more.
So we could go
detail needed.
longer and do less things, but
Right.
that would be a decision.
Or
at
the
that-
opposite.
That time,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Okay, no, that's helpful, because I know that, and then we've heard, things about, the, importance of a 14 or 15% reserve, to give us more, cushion in an emergency. But knowing kind of like what this 5% means is helpful to contextualize as we have these conversations. So, thanks.
And Ms. Ramos, do you have off the top of your head from school services the average reserve for an urban school district?
We do, as a matter of fact, and we can make that list available. And I'll just clarify that the reserve list that we do have, it's not a board-required reserve for all these. Some of them may be embedded in there, but it was just based on actuals as of 17-18. So school service was kind enough to provide us a list, and we can certainly send that out.
Because I think in informing our decision, we want to look at best practice.
Sure.
So that we are, yes, being intentional, but also safeguarding against economic uncertainty, recognizing that this has been the longest boom in California history and that a recession will be inevitable at some point. Looks like our final question comes from Board Member Morowski.
Thank you very much. I have to admit, I'm highly thrilled to see this agenda item on our board agenda for tonight. I'm very supportive of both of these policies. In general, happy to see one-time funds and our reserve policy being addressed. I do have some thoughts and comments, and hopefully, give you some direction about kind of the way I see it and think about it. So on the one-time funds, both on the one-time funds and the reserve, I think about these as guardrails for how we make decisions, fiscal decisions going forward. But at the same time, we already find ourselves in a position where we're sort of underwater from a fiscal perspective, right? So we're already locked into overspending based on our revenues, right? And that's the 27 million deficit amount. So ideally, I would see these policies as informing our decisions to increase spending going forward. But since we're already in a fiscal crisis situation where we have to reduce costs, I would like us to think about how we both adopt these policies to inform our decision making going forward, but realize that they may not apply directly to the situation we find ourselves in right now. we may need to have a lower reserve in order to dig ourselves out of the fiscal crisis and meet our minimum, and then going forward, build that 5% reserve. We may need to, because we've already committed to, ongoing expenditures that we don't have the money for. If we get one-time funds, it does make sense to spend those one-time funds on the ongoing expenditures as we're trying to dig ourselves out of our deficit. I mean, that's essentially what reserves are, one-time funds, right? So I think, what I'd like to see in terms of maybe some revisions or tweaking to the policies is just some thought about, how it applies to our current situation. And then on the one-time fund policies, just to echo Member Garcia's comments, maybe a way to structure that is to just be really explicit about the types of expenditures that we think are acceptable and unacceptable examples of one-time funds. That may just be a way to structure it in terms of a policy that would be really clear to understand.
Thank you, Member Morowski. Thank you, Ms. Ramos. We appreciate all of your hard work. Oh, you should not be asking a question because we're past time, but no, go ahead. One last question from Vice President Pritchett.
Ms. Ramos, can you tell me how long we've had just a 2% reserved in history? Do you know that information?
I don't, but I'm almost going to say forever because it's based on your ADA.
Yeah.
So you would drop to you would increase to a 3% when your ADA drops to 30,000 or below. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Vice President Pritchett. And I was joking, I very much appreciate how attentive everyone has been to staying on time per the new format. So we're moving on to our next item, 9.4, the California State Audit Report. Presentation this evening will be done by Rose Ramos and Elaine Howell. We want to thank Ms. Howell for her time and the time and effort of their team in preparing for this evening, in conducting the thorough analysis, and in sharing your findings.
And I'm just simply introducing Ms. Elaine Howell to present the findings of the report.
Anne?
I think the clicker's right here. If I can figure out how to use it. Thank you, President Ryan and members of the board. For the record, my name's Elaine Howell. I'm the California State Auditor. With me is Nick Kalitzos. Nick was the audit manager on the particular project we're going to talk about tonight. And to his left is Nathan Briley. Nathan was the audit supervisor responsible for supervising the audit team and conducting the audit work. We have a few slides. There are some graphics that are excerpts from the audit report. And really will highlight the key issues that we identified in the audit, a lot of what has been discussed tonight about the fiscal situation that the district is in, and certainly the fiscal situation the district is heading towards, which is insolvency. I'm going to talk a little bit on the first slide. This is a graphic that is in the audit report that looks at the future, looks at the past, using audited financial statements. Information that has been verified by an auditor. This is actual information. Here's your revenues coming in, here's your expenditures going out. There has been a structural deficit for the district for many years, and as this slide shows, the general fund, essentially the reserves, the general fund balance has declined significantly in the last several years. And again, that's based on audited financial statements. And then as you can see on the graphic, there's projections for fiscal years 19-20, the year we're in, 2021 and 21-22, that my staff, using audited financial statements, looking at past expenditures, past revenues, figuring out what would the projection look like and what is that going to do to the general fund balance. And as you can see, and as I'm sure it has been shared with you and the public, is the district is heading towards insolvency. In the past 3 years, there has been a significant decline in the general fund balance. It went from about almost 98 million down to about 70 million. So again, it is a serious decline, and there needs to be some decision making. I know it's very difficult decision making. I've been listening to the comments by various individuals in the audience, and I appreciate all the different perspectives. But the fact is, this district is in trouble and there need to be some difficult decisions made to try to get you out of that or to avoid insolvency. You certainly, I would assume, want to avoid state takeover. So the next slide is showing you the structural deficit that the district has been suffering from, in my terms, since 1617. As you can see, and I don't know how easy it is for the audience, but the expenditure line is the dark blue line, and most of those years, your expenditures have consistently exceeded your revenues coming in. And again, the shaded part, my staff put together a projection showing that that gap is getting even wider when you project out. And that's why, reaching the conclusion on the previous slide, the district is heading towards insolvency. The projections, and I heard someone mention that currently the general fund balance is about $70 million. If you look at the projections from fiscal years 19-20, the year we're in, through 21-22, the projection is that expenditures will exceed revenues by $77 million. So even if you used every single dollar in your reserve, you're going to run out of money. The structural deficit is just too significant. And again, difficult decisions that need to be made. When we looked at the expenditures, we wanted to look at the composition of those expenditures. 80% of the expenditures of the district are for salaries and benefits. It's similar to any organization. Expenditures in my office, a vast majority of it is my staff. That's the biggest resource, the most important resource to the state auditor's office. Incredibly important resource to the district and to the students in this district are the teachers and the other staff. But 80% of the costs this district incurs, those expenditures, are salaries and benefits. So clearly that has to be an area that district has to take a look at. Other drivers are special education costs, and I appreciate the comments from one of the previous presenters in providing public comment. It absolutely is essential that the district uses competitive bidding for a variety of different contracts. But again, that is not a significant amount of money where you are going to find significant savings in doing that. It's good practice, it's best practice. You need to competitively bid to the extent you can, particularly with certain special education services and other contracts that you enter into. But again, that's a smaller portion of your budget. And when you're facing a significant deficit, as we've talked about, and a large structural deficit, you've got to look where there's significant expenditures, and that, again, that's salaries and benefits. I know there's been concern and questions about some of the work that we've included in the audit report with respect to compensation. And we looked at total compensation on average, comparing this district with districts in the region, and consistently total compensation, not salaries, but total compensation from fiscal year 13-14 through the most recent fiscal year, the total compensation is the highest in this district. Most of that in earlier years was driven by the health benefits. And as President Ryan and others mentioned, there have been concerns raised by other entities that have looked at district finances about the health care benefits. Health care benefits are important to employees. Believe me, I agree with that. But they have to be affordable to the district. So we looked at and we wanted to see what's the comparison of the health benefits that are provided by employees of this district compared to other districts in the region. Again, similar school districts, Twin Rivers, Stockton, San Juan Unified, Elk Grove. And we saw that the benefits that are provided by this district are much more generous and therefore much more expensive than all of those other districts. Most of those other districts provide health care benefits, absolutely, but they are significantly, well, not significantly, they are different than the district here in Sacramento. And I have another graphic that will go through some of that. So the other issue that we discuss in the audit report, and we created a graphic for it, wasn't in the audit report, but it's based on information in the audit. So there are a variety of suggestions that the Sacramento City Teachers Association has come up with. We wanted to look at those. We wanted to see, okay, are these viable solutions, potential solutions for the district? And the concern we have is 2 of those proposals actually would increase costs by close to $36 million, and the district cannot afford to do that. That would be rescinding layoffs of certain individuals, and then lowering class sizes by hiring more and more teachers. And again, we wouldn't disagree that smaller class sizes are beneficial to students, but at this point in time, the district cannot afford to do that. So those two, the fiscal impact you can see on the graphic, the top two lines, rescinding 2019 layoffs and lowering class sizes. That's going to increase cost for the district. But they did have some other suggestions as far as reducing contributions towards retiree health care. So this would save about $7 million over the 3 years. The savings would diminish over time, because if you're contributing less towards a liability, something that you owe, like having a credit card, if you're contributing less towards that, your unfunded liability is going to continue to grow. You're going to ultimately have to pay more in the future. So it is not necessarily the best solution. It is a small dollar amount. Again, we're looking at $27 million, $11 million in 1 year and $16 million in a subsequent year. There was also a suggestion to reduce administrator pay by 20%. We looked at that. Overall, it would be about $3 million, but many of those administrators are part of a bargaining union or bargaining group. So we took those out and we said, okay, if you had the ability just to cut the salaries of administrators who are not part of collective bargaining, it would drop down to about $1 million in ongoing savings. Not a significant amount. And then the last was reducing contract expenditures. And again, I think the suggestion to do as much competitive bidding as you can is a great suggestion. But we looked at those contracts, and many of those contracts are for essential services, for electricity, for power, just to keep the lights on in the classroom. You can't necessarily reduce those costs. So there were a lot of those contracts where it was not feasible to find cost savings in those particular expenditures. Now, the flip side, we looked at Sac City Unified School District's proposal, and it was specifically looking at the health care. And as you can see on the slide, lowering the cost for the plan for employee plans, and then 75% of the lowest cost plan. And that would generate $16 million in ongoing savings, significant amount that could be put towards, reducing that deficit. We came up with some additional proposals, and we don't have the simple solution, and we wanted to give a laundry list of various options that the district could consider. And that's on our last slide. So there's a variety of things. The ones that were highlighted, we added those together to come up with $27 million. But these clearly are just options that we wanted to put out there for the district to consider. The first highlighted one, cut all salaries, not just teachers, cut everybody's salary 2%. That will generate some savings. The middle section is looking at retiree health benefits. This is requiring individuals to contribute towards retiree health benefits. This is something that the state of California recently did under Governor Brown, where state employees now have to contribute a percentage of their salary towards post-employment benefits. So health benefits, after I retire someday, I will receive health benefits, but I contribute towards that as a state employee now. It comes out of my paycheck. It's a recent change in the state of California. I think it was a smart thing for the state of California to do, and I think it's something that this district and other districts in the state really need to seriously consider to be able to hopefully work towards funding those liabilities that are there and will be there in the future. The next column of potential changes to healthcare benefits. Again, there's options there. We didn't highlight either one of those. We laid them out there as potential options. And then we dropped down to changes affecting all employees rather than just teachers. The potential where we didn't highlight anything was specific to teachers. But we said, okay, let's look at healthcare benefits for all employees. And as we highlighted on the graphic, if you cap the payment at 90%, not a huge cut, but if you cap it at 90%, you're saving $14 million, a significant savings. So if you add those three items that we highlight in this graphic together, you're coming up with that about $27 million in savings. Now, that's not the end. You've got to continue to be, those are the choices. If there are other choices, there has to be due diligence moving forward for this district. You've got to deal with the crisis that you're in right now, and I believe it's a crisis because it's a structural deficit. It has been going on for a long time, and time is, of the essence. If the projections like we have are demonstrating that the district is going to be insolvent in October of 2021, things need to happen quickly to avoid that. So overall, that's the audit report. Again, I have my experts here. I know there were some questions. I wanted to address the question related to the compensation, some of the information we have in the audit report related to total compensation for teachers in SAC Unified compared to other districts in the region. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions, or do you have any?
Thank you, Ms. Howell. First, we're going to take public comments. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have three. Marisol Aviña, Jim Cox, and Allison French.
Oh, and Ms. Howell, if you'll just, perfect. Thank you so much.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, board members, State Auditor. Thank you so much for the great work that you and your staff did on this audit. I'm here as a concerned community member, just again to support the recommendations that the State Auditor has made. Appreciate that you've created a pathway forward and information that we have known. Now it's confirmed again by yet another audit, and really urge all parties to come together to negotiate. We do not want to be taken over by the state. We really need to make tough decisions, as you have really stressed, and we want you to know that you have community members here that support you and really want to see the best outcome for our children. As you stated, President Ryan, early in the meeting, we need to make sure that we are keeping our kids front and center in these very difficult decisions. So really just want to urge everyone to come together and adopt some of the recommendations that have been made by the State Auditor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We filled it out of the same card.
Okay, so we're combining two comments for 4 minutes, please.
Is it possible to turn this on?
Do we have someone who can help with the overhead? Okay, we have it up. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So maybe the auditors will address some of this, but so my name is Jim Cox, and I'm a parent in the district. I also teach at Sac State, and I spent a lot of my career researching and studying government budgets. So my personal and professional interests have led me to follow the district situation closely. I'm concerned that the district is heading toward a disastrous imposition of a contract on the teachers that's going to lead to a long strike. And I think part of the reason is because the state auditor found that Sac City pays about $20,000 more in average total compensation than other districts. The problem is that the compensation numbers from the audit are not consistent with other data. As you probably know, the definitive source for teacher salary data in California comes from the J90 form that districts fill out in the spring. However, the J90 wasn't available in 1819 or 1920, the time the audit was done. So the state auditors estimated salary and health information from projected budgets from districts in the area. What they did was they simply took the amount, it seems what they did was to take the amount that in those categories and divide by the number of teachers. And they showed dramatic increases in compensation for 1819 and 1920. Fortunately, we can check these because since the audit happened, the J90 data has come out for 1819. And you can see it on this graphic that compares the results for the J90 data to the what the auditor found. It turns out the audit overestimated average teacher compensation by about $14,000 in 1819. And the best comparative data that we have is from 1819 J90, and it shows that average total compensation in Sacramento is about $97,000, which is about $3,000 to $4,000 more than Elk Grove. That's likely to go up a few $1,000s this year with changes to the salary schedule, but still not close to the $20,000 in the state audit. When I ran the numbers for the J90 for statewide for districts over 20,000 students, the average total compensation was about $98,000, which is $1,000 more than what Sacramento is paying. Now, it's possible you might argue, well, even though these are not consistent, since they calculated them the same way across districts, they might be the same. But there was a problem with the number in the status of labor agreements that they used to calculate average health care. And there was also $8.3 million in back pay included in this year's budget, which was used to calculate average salary for 1920. It is fair and appropriate for the district to compare compensation among other districts, but I hope there'll be careful scrutiny on these numbers. I also wonder why only teachers' compensation is being compared in this way. If we have to make cuts, everybody, including administrators, should have the same comparisons take place. The district's recent proposal to cap healthcare expenditures puts almost all of the cuts on teachers, and there's no mutual sacrifice. I hope the board will find a more balanced approach that will avoid not only a state takeover, but also a long labor conflict and strike. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cox. Our next public comment, Allison.
Hello. I do have some similar comments to Jim Cox, which is asking, I read here what you guys have used to perform the audit, and I don't understand the claims that the calculations were made on budgeted numbers so much as they were verified by budget numbers when I read the assessment of data reliability. So I'm hoping the audit team can address that. And then also I would be interested to know what districts or what criteria were used to select districts for comparison, because I heard Stockton mentioned, which I don't hear mentioned a lot in public dialogue. I heard San Juan. I often hear comparisons to Folsom and some other districts that are in our region, but might be said to be in a different economic strata than Sacramento as a whole, because Sacramento has, our students are like 70% low income. So what does that represent about our community? I don't understand why we would expect to be the highest paid here representative of our community. So, but the question for the auditors would be to talk a little bit more about the criteria that they used for comparison. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more. Kenya Martinez.
Ms. Martinez.
Hello, I just wanted to say a sobering comment. So I actually just did my taxes, and I figured out that the amount of compensation that I pay in healthcare is actually 26% of my salary. And I do not make nearly what the highest paid teacher or the lowest paid teacher in our district or the average teacher in our district makes. So for me and any parent who has a child attending school in this district, it is hard for me to look at this budget and justify as to why we would be in a budget crisis when many of our teachers who I value and I love teachers, I love educators, who are compensated so well in a district that is so poor. 76% of our students are living below the poverty line. They are getting free and reduced lunch. So I just wanted to make that statement, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Do we have any other public comments at this time?
No.
Okay. So we're going to open it up to board member questions and comments. Ms. Howell, if you wouldn't mind, since we've also had an online portal, and I know you've addressed through your presentation many of the questions that have come up consistently, but we heard again tonight, how were the comparisons done, the total compensation numbers arrived at? Can you please speak to those specific questions?
Sure, and I will ask my staff to assist with some of this, but there is a table in the audit report. And when we had access to the J90s, and they were available, we used that information in the table. And I'm going to pull the table because I want to make sure I get the years correct. So that was through fiscal years 13, 14 through 17, 18. The J90s are available. And the table consistently shows from all of those years, when you're looking at total compensation, you're considering salaries and benefits, Sac Unified had the highest total compensation. As Mr. Cox indicated, the J90s were not available for 18-19. So we had to use what was available at the time, looking at budgeted information. Budgeted salaries includes additional stipends, some other, I'll defer to staff, but there's other components of salary for a teacher that they receive that is in the budget. It doesn't end up in the J90. So when you see a comparison that Mr. Cox just showed showing budgeted numbers to J90s, you can't do that. What we were trying to demonstrate in this table is over time, in some cases, and you see earlier years, the teacher salaries in Sac Unified were lower than in other districts. But when we added in that health benefit, looked at total compensation for teachers in this district, it was consistently the highest across the board. Now let's talk about 18-19 and 19-20. Using the budgeted numbers, we used the budgeted numbers for all the other districts we compared. So those districts are going to be including the stipends. So we wanted to make sure we were comparing fairly this district to other districts. Now subsequent, the J90s have come out for 18-19, and staff did an analysis of the J90 for 18-19. And the answer is the same. The total compensation for teachers in this district is the highest of the districts we compared Sac City Unified to. And again, that was Stockton, San Juan Unified, Elk Grove, and Twin Rivers. Staff can explain a little bit. I mean, there's a variety of reasons and analyses that we go through when we're making a determination as to what districts we're going to compare a district to, or if we're auditing counties, when we're going to compare counties to others. But we did look at some of the information Mr. Cox provided to us. He left off a couple of school districts out of his analysis, and that changes some of the results. He's saying it was for space. With all due respect, it was not for space, because we added those back in, and they are comparable to Sacramento when you're comparing what happened with budgeted numbers in 18-19 and how it compared to the J90s. If you add those other two school districts in, they're very similar to Sacramento as far as the difference in a budgeted amount versus the actual amount in a J90, where those stipends and et cetera. The bottom line is the conclusions, whether you're using a J90 or budgeted information, is the same. The total compensation for teachers in this district is the highest across all of the years we looked at. Now, with respect to the comment was made by the last public member, that's why we put options out there. We didn't want to just put options up there to say cut teacher salary, cut teachers benefits. We have cut all salaries, have teachers pay towards their retiree health, cap health benefits for all employees, not just for teachers. We wanted to make sure there were a variety of options that this district could consider in making, what are going to be difficult fiscal decisions. I know these will weigh on you. They will weigh on others who are involved in these decisions. That's what happens at the state level. It's difficult to have to go down this path, but the reality is there is a problem. But again, we tried to provide a variety of different options for the district to consider. So I don't know if my staff, you have anything you'd like to add?
If you could please speak to the regions that were selected as comparable, because I think that has also been a point of contention.
So, it's a very basic way that we determined the regions that we did the comparison against. We actually looked at a fact finding that the district did previously in its negotiations for its 2017 labor agreement. And we looked at the district submitted other school districts that thought were comparable to it. And the teachers union submitted districts that it thought were comparable to it. Of those that we included, all of them but Twin Rivers were on both lists. So we felt that with both parties felt that they were comparable, it would be something that would be fair for us to compare as well. And also in looking at them, they have similar demographic makeups to Sacramento City. We also added Twin Rivers to our list because we thought that It would also has a similar makeup of student population to Sacramento City.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Do we have board member questions and comments of the state auditor at this time? Board member Garcia, followed by board member Pritchett.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank you for being here at this late hour. I know this is not usually what you do. Once your office conducts an audit, you don't go to the school district. You generally present at the state level. So I want to thank you. I thought it was really important to have this conversation as publicly and as inclusively as possible so that we can begin to move forward. So thank you. Thank you. So I did submit probably like 30 questions, and I won't read them all, but I did want to talk a little bit about just some of your recommendations, and then I have some general comments. Some of your recommendations were that the board certify the district's ability to pay for a proposed collective bargaining agreement. And I just needed to maybe understand a little bit more what that process looks like, how a board goes about certifying when the information that we get are from our district staff.
So basically what we are envisioning is that under the current process, the chief business officer and the superintendent actually certify as to the affordability of a collective bargaining agreement. What we're doing is we extended that to include the board. Part of the reason why we wanted to do that is to expand the accountability in making these decisions. In terms of what it would look like, I mean, basically we would extend the certification to the members of the board, but given that you would have to rely on information that's presented by the district, we also included recommendations for the district to improve its budgeting practices, how it calculates projections. So when it's presenting the information to the board, it's including what are the assumptions, what data did you use, their methodology for calculating that information. And basically what we want to do is make sure the board has the tools it needs to make informed decisions, to ask the right questions related to these agreements. So in general, that's kind of how the recommendation would look like.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions so I can let my colleagues also ask some questions. There was, in your report, you have that districts under receivership that have filed for bankruptcy, essentially, have had administrators who have voided the collective bargaining agreements. How many did you find that have actually done that?
So the one that we're aware of that actually filed for bankruptcy was the Richmond School District back in 1991. We're not aware of any other school district that's filed for bankruptcy, so it's very rare that would happen.
So what's the difference between bankruptcy and receivership, just so that
Definitely.
we have a clear understanding?
So under a receivership, you would basically, you're receiving a state loan, the county takes over, the board is reduced to advisory role, you lose local control, you have to pay back the loan. So that's basically how a county receivership works. Under a bankruptcy, there's a hierarchy of how you have to pay back funds, anything you owe. So there's some additional restrictions that would apply. But we haven't seen that with the school district, though, recently.
Okay, there's been an issue, or that one of the public commenters brought this up as well, in terms of the data, the assessment of data reliability versus the validity of data. Can you talk about what the difference is in that, why you choose reliability versus validity, and how that changes sort of the net findings and the ones that you base your recommendations on?
So any conclusion, any data that we use in a report to base any of our conclusions, we have to perform procedures to ensure that the data is reasonable, it's reliable, and we could use it to support our conclusions. So every number that we use in our report that we have used to support our conclusions, we perform those procedures. Now, does it take it to the level where it's really precise? No, not necessarily, but we do perform and do enough work to make sure that we're comfortable with the numbers, it supports our conclusions, and the overall trends are accurate. Now, in terms of data validity, you would have to do additional work, almost like a line-by-line review of each individual number, and you have to do additional support in order to validate all the numbers. So that wasn't necessary for this report.
So it wasn't necessary.
For the Right. So to get to that level of detail, we were able to support it and support the structural deficit and all the other conclusions using the information that we had.
So there are audits that you conduct that you take that extra necessary step to validate the data?
It depends on the scope of the audit, right?
Got it.
Right.
Got it. Okay. Just because it's been an issue that has come up, so I thought it was important to clarify that.
Thank you. I'd like to add to that. So my office, we operate under requirements where we have to follow, they're called GAGAS, but Generally Accepted Government Auditing Standards. And those standards require auditors to conduct data reliability if you're going to use information and reach conclusions based on that data. And then you go through that analysis and you determine whether or not you can rely on the data. So one of the examples, for example, staff here, when we're looking at certain information, we're going to take it back to audited financial statements because we know an audited financial statement is more reliable than an estimate or a projection. But when we're looking at projections, because that's all we have, then you do some reasonableness tests. You compare those years that are projections to prior year actuals and see, is there a huge change? Why is there a huge change? Is there an explanation in the projection? Why that change, why they're projecting a significant increase or a significant decrease. That's where you're not necessarily doing specific validation because you can't validate a projection. But what you can look at is historical information that is valid because it's based on audited financial statements and say, based on that, looking at projections in the future, they seem reasonable. And that's a lot of what staff did. So when we can, and we have actual information, we'll go in and we'll look at it. What Nick is referring to is if we were looking at salaries and wages, we weren't going to go in and look at every single teacher and say, did Elaine Howell get paid $50,000? Did Mr. Kalitzos get paid $60,000? Did Nathan get paid $40,000? We were looking to see in the audited financial statements, does it properly represent, fairly represent the cost of salaries and wages for the district for that particular year? An audit, when an auditor issues an opinion on statements, that auditor is saying this is reflective of the financial situation for this district. So that's how you use audited financials. That's been validated by somebody else who did the financial audit. Then what we're doing is, again, we're doing what we call data analytics and looking at the actual information, comparing it to some of the projections and saying, yeah, this information is reasonable. And then in cases where we had more current information during the course of the audit, we would go back and do another reasonableness check to make sure that when we are making statements in the audit report, it's based on we have confidence in those numbers that they are reasonable and feasible, but we may not necessarily have looked at every single expenditure that the district had, every single revenue source that the district, where the district received funds. So I hope that explains it a little bit more, but we have that information in every single audit we issue because of the standards that we're required to follow, so that the users of our audits understand what we did, what we didn't do, to gain confidence in the numbers that we are using in our analyses.
Thank you. Another question is the recommendation relative to the role of the county superintendent, and there seems to be a disagreement in terms of maybe the additional level of authority that a county superintendent has relative to in their role in approving budgets and whatnot. So Can you explain a little bit of that back and forth sort of disagreement of opinion? Because I think that's an important clarification as well.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. Board Member Pritchett, you'll be next.
As we indicate in our response to the superintendent's response to our audit report, basically the county office superintendent, they have broad authority over fiscal matters of the district. And basically what we did was we lined up our recommendation to line up with providing that additional level of oversight for the district. Now, the county superintendent has broad authority. They have state and rescind authority. They have advisory. They could put someone in an advisory role. And with our recommendations that we have for the district, a lot of them are fiscal in nature. A lot of them are is information that the county office superintendent could follow up on. So we believe that these are all recommendations that is within the authority of the county office superintendent, and it's something that they would be able to implement.
Okay. I do have one last.
Board Member Garcia, just for time purposes, we have 2 more board members, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you. Thank you, President Ryan. Thank you, Ms. Howell and staff for putting together this report. I was intrigued to say the least, and I needed to dive a little bit further in past your report. And so some of the things that I found was, we all know this isn't a new problem, right? And what I found was in 2003, there was a fact-finding report. 2010, there was a grand jury report. 2017, another fact-finding report. 2018, a SCOE review. 2018, a FCMAT report. 2019, a PACE report. 2019, an independent review. And in 2019, your state auditor's report. I have to say, it was literally like the Twilight Zone when I was going through all of these reports. They're up here for anybody who wants to take them and read them. There's literally things in there that when I was reading all the way back from 2003 that sounded exactly like what we're going through today. I couldn't believe what I was reading. It's exactly what we're doing. You know, why are we still talking about the validity of these numbers? I don't get it. Every single one of these reports say that we are in a fiscal crisis, all the way back to 2003. I've been on this board since 2012. We were having the same problems in 2012. You know, it's like, I bring my kid to the doctor. They say, oh, she's got a food allergy. I bring him home, family member says, no, that can't be true. So I take it to another doctor. Take the same test, they said, no, she's got a food allergy. The family member says, no food allergy. So I take her back, take another test. The same food allergy comes out on the test. When do we say, oh, that might actually be something? Sorry, it's very frustrating. I gotta say that, reading through the grand jury report, I don't know if you guys know that this exists, but if you Google it, it's really easy. You can find it. And some of the quotes are on here. The district faces a financial crisis, which presents in its last chance to save itself. However, SUSD will only survive if everyone involved faces the reality of the present situation and works together. Let me read a couple more of these to you. Plans will fail unless the community first faces its financial problems. The district faces a $30.6 million budget shortfall in 2010 and 2011. 80% of the budget goes towards salary and benefits, and this was in 2010. I checked to see what the attendance was in 2010. It was 44,000 students. We're at 41,000 now, and we're at 91 cents per dollar. SETA's budget cutting proposals are inadequate and unrealistic in relation to the size of the deficit. A continuous unwillingness to modify some contractual agreements will result in the district's bankruptcy. What does it sound like? It's exactly what we're going through now. We have to come together. We cannot wait till March. We are opening our doors saying we will work round the clock. Round the clock. Do it now. I feel sorry for the teachers that are coming up here. I feel bad when they're talking about, the lady who came up here and said she had 3 boys and it was hard for her, to keep a roof over her head. If we continue going down the same path, The kids in the classroom that have no idea how this is affecting them? You should look at them. That's who you should be worried about. March is too late, way too late. And you know what makes me really sad? Is that we had to use valuable state taxpayers' money to say exactly what was in all of these 7 reports that are in front of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. Board Member Morowski. Bless you.
Thank you. Yeah, I would echo some of the comments of the public commenters and my board colleagues that I was not surprised by much of or anything that was in the report. But I was really pleased by how clear and comprehensive it was. So I really want to thank you for that work. I think it's just laid out in such a clear way and very visually easy to understand. So I really appreciate that. There are a lot of really solid recommendations in here for our district. And I wanted to understand kind of from your perspective, and if you can give us any guidance as to what the continued relationship between your office and us as the district as an auditee in terms of follow-up. Maybe just explain what does that look like? And do you have any suggestions for a framework that we can use to ensure your audit recommendations are followed up on? Because there's many. There's, I don't count them up, but 12 or so different, and some of them are fairly comprehensive. So just want to hear your thoughts on that.
Absolutely. So we actually follow up with the district 60 days, 6 months, and 1 year. The district will be providing a response as to their progress to implementing the recommendation. They're providing us with support to showing that progress. We'll be evaluating that information and posting it on our website on our assessment on whether or not you're making progress or not. Basically, we'll be doing that again 6 months and then in the 1 year period. In terms of like a framework, I mean, basically what we're going to want to see is for each one of these recommendations to coming up with a plan, we want to see the documentation that just says, here's the plan, here's the options that we're presenting, and here's our path moving forward. On some of these recommendations, we might, you may be taking the right steps, but we're going to want to see a little bit more time to see how it plays out a little bit more. I think the key is kind of showing what is your progress of those recommendations, and then just what is the tangible outcomes that are happening.
And do you recommend any particular mechanism for us as a board to ensure that the district is doing all of those? I mean,
sure,
like a quarterly report or just.
So you're always welcome to contact the audit team, me and Nathan, and to talk about here's kind of what we're doing, here's some of the information we're gathering, and then we could definitely talk to the representatives of the district about whether that's on the right track or not.
Okay,
Wonderful.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that kind of ongoing support and collaboration as we all work to get ourselves on a better fiscal path.
So, Member Morowski, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Big all-staff today, so I've been speaking for hours. One of the examples we could use to share with you, I think what you're asking about is engagement between the board and my office or the board and the district? Or both?
Basically how us as a board, how we should be doing our oversight duties to ensure these audit requirements or audit recommendations
Sure,
are followed.
and this is bigger picture, but we did an audit of the University of California, looking at their budget and the Office of the President and how they were preparing their budget. And believe it or not, they didn't have the best reserve policy. They had some weaknesses in their budgeting practices, as esteemed as the university system is. And what they did is they put together, and I don't know if the district has these kinds of resources, you certainly have a CBO who I've been impressed in hearing what I've heard from her, put some groups together, working groups that would prepare materials for the board to look at, to give you sufficient information to really understand, rather than a one-pager. It's like, okay, here's what we intend to do, but here's the mechanics behind how we're doing that. The other thing that the University of California did is they shared information with us. Even though we have our traditional 60 days, 6 month, 1 year, there's a big gap between 60 days and 6 months. 60 days will be, this was issued in December, so it'll be sometime later this month. What we did with the University of California is those groups that were working on, because there were a lot of recommendations we had to UC, they would provide updates to us more frequently than that. And we would look at that information, and as Mr. Colizzo said, we want as much detail as possible so we can look at it and then provide feedback. Yes, this is heading in the right direction, or no, you are still going to have a problem here. This is not sufficient. We are willing to do that in working with, I mean, the district has to do the work, but we certainly can continue to engage. But I think the board should ask for, perhaps quarterly, maybe more frequently than that, updates on what's happening. Basically, have them put a grid together. Here are the recommendations, break them down into specific examples or elements of each of those recommendations, and then what's your action item? When are you going to have that done? What materials are you going to provide to the board to demonstrate that this is going to be an effective change? A change that will, basically implement the recommendation, which hopefully will benefit the district. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of.
Thank you. And I would like to take that as sort of guidance or a request to our superintendent to think about that kind of mechanism for ongoing reporting over the next year.
Yeah.
And I did have a couple other real quick. I appreciate the additional analysis on the kind of the J90 and the salary comparisons. I think that's really an important point to sort of, for us all collectively to get right in terms of making sure we're looking at the right numbers. And I appreciate that distinction with the stipends being excluded, et cetera. So would you be able to share with us any additional analysis that your office has done on that? I think you mentioned that there were some kind of subsequent analysis that you did.
Right.
Update the numbers?
Mr. Cox reached out to my office and provided us some narrative concerns about what we had in the tables, and then provided some tables that he had put together similar to what he shared with the board today. And then my staff, I said, let's make sure we look at this, and we responded to Mr. Cox back in early January. But we did just a quick analysis of the 18-19 information. We certainly can share that. I mean, it's a small analysis that we did just looking at that year, because now we have the J90s for that. And that's where we reached the conclusion. We're happy to share that with the board that, again, total compensation
Similar
is
story.
the highest. Same conclusion as we had for prior years where we had the J90 information.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Last question. Is there any way out of our fiscal crisis without significantly lowering our employee compensation?
Well, I think there's a variety of options that we put up here, but no, because I don't think so, because when you're looking at the vast majority of your expenditures, 80% of your expenditures is salaries and benefits. And if you're having to cut significant amounts of money to narrow that structural deficit, or hopefully eliminate that structural deficit, that's an ongoing problem. You have to look at your big picture items, and clearly those are big expense items for the district.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morawski, Board Member Morawski, Ms. Howell. We have a final question from Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. So, channeling Board Member Pritchett's energy, I am extremely frustrated. When I read this report, every time I read it, I've read it multiple times, my blood boils. It is so upsetting that since 2003, we've been hearing the same thing. Same thing from County Superintendent Gordon, from other fact-finding documents, and yet we've done nothing but add to the problem. There was an agreement in 2017, coupled with the skyrocketing special ed costs, coupled with the skyrocketing healthcare costs, that essentially put us over the edge. The agreement should have never been agreed upon. It should have never been approved. One-time dollars should have never been used for an ongoing expenditure. That was irresponsible. And that's what makes my blood boil. And here we are. It was with the intent of not making the hard decisions, which was making cuts, avoiding a strike. Well, guess what? We've done both. We've done both. We've had a strike, and we've laid off teachers and other school staff. And we still have $27 million in a structural deficit and potentially higher than that. And if it's higher than that, then we run out of money sooner. So because 2 of the 3 findings are tied to the collective bargaining agreement, it's the only way we can get out. It's through a collective bargaining agreement. And I appreciate your recommendations that are inclusive of everyone. Because it will have to be a shared sacrifice. Moving forward, our agreements need to be fair for our teachers, our school staff. They need to be fiscally responsible, but more importantly, they need to do right by our students. So I want to thank you for coming here today. And I want to thank you, Board Member Pritchett, for reminding us that this has been long in the making and that there have been some mistakes made along the way. And we need to own up to them. We need to say we've made a mistake. The intent was to agree on a contract, approve a contract that did right by teachers, but at the end of the day, the district could not afford that contract. And that's it. That's the reality. So what now?
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. I will tell you, in 2003, when FCMAT first wrote of our fiscal challenges, I was in college. I was a product of Sacramento area schools, and it's pretty astonishing to me to think that in 2003, findings that could have put us on a course to financial sustainability were handed to the district and our stakeholders. And yet I look ahead and I worry that if we don't have the courage to take action now, my children will be graduating from high school and will be playing out these same challenges over and over again. I want to really ask you, in closing out this presentation, to reiterate what I've heard you say in several different ways. The data that you used was based on best practice data analytics, audited financial statements, data reliability that supports the structural conclusions, standards required by audits that you have conducted similarly across the state, and have led to a set of recommendations that are viable solutions. Is that your assumption based on the report that you've put together for us?
I don't think I could summarize it any better. Absolutely correct.
So,
Absolutely correct.
Ms. Howell, I want to say to you, with all of that information before us, if we deny the gravity of the circumstance, it is akin to us denying climate change. And I do not want to be the one to tell my 7-year-old and my 9-year-old that I had an opportunity to do what was necessary to ensure that more than 40,000 students had their needs met, and refused to, once again, after 7 audits and a host of reliable information, do the difficult work of digging in to changes that we know we will have to make together, because if we don't, we will fail another generation of students. I want to thank you for your presentation tonight. I want to thank you for your work, and I call upon our board, our community members, and others to take this as a roadmap to financial health moving forward, because if we don't take this as a roadmap, we are doing a disservice to our children, and it is unconscionable.
Thank you, President Ryan. Ms. Howell, I want to just comment and then ask a question, though it's not necessarily it's not usual for the superintendent to ask questions, but I do
Thought I
want
was
to.
done. It's okay.
One, I want to
Anything?
commend your team sincerely. They spent countless hours here at the CERNA office. We tried to be as accommodating as possible. And at every single instance of our interaction, not just my interactions, but all of our staff members' interactions with your team, they carried themselves very professionally and certainly represented you and your office in that manner. I wanted to just ask you, in one portion of the audit, your finding was that we have very limited flexibility outside of the negotiations process. And that too has been another finding that perhaps prior to our current governance structure, maybe we weren't as clear about how little flexibility there was, and that perhaps the assumption was that we had a lot of programs that we could fund and were in fact funding, and that to be able to make the cuts necessary from unrestricted general funds, in fact, has not been the case for many, many years in Sac City Unified. Can you, and we've heard this from the county office, we've heard it from other entities. Can you maybe describe, or your team describe, how you came about the conclusion to come up with a finding that, that the district's budget structure has very little flexibility outside of the collective bargaining process at the moment?
So one of the first things that we did is we looked at, okay, expenses and revenues and saw, okay, what's driving the fact that expenses are consistently exceeding revenues year after year. When we look at the budget, we see that 80% of the district's funds are actually going to salaries and benefits. We reviewed various proposals that basically suggested cuts in other areas outside of the collective bargaining process. We found that although some may generate some savings, none of them would actually result in a significant savings that would cover the structural deficit that the district is currently facing. Based on that, then we looked at what other options do you have. You look at you have to adjust salaries and benefits. What do you need to do there? You have to negotiate with your respective unions to come up with a solution. So that's kind of how we got there.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I asked the question only because when individuals ask about what this vision of equity, access, and social justice means, certainly it means that we have to have the will to put a value in the cost to provide opportunities to students, to provide social capital to students. And I think oftentimes there's an assumption that we lack the will to advance that kind of vision because the assumption is that we have the resources and we choose not to do that. And I think that this is a case study in which I think we have a governance structure that is committed to this and unfortunately doesn't have the resources to advance this. So I appreciate Mr. Briley, when you mentioned that you chose to include districts that look similar to Sac City in terms of the demographics, but have a very different budget structure, because those ought to be the districts that are leading the way in what equity, access, social justice, whatever you call it, ought to look like. Unfortunately, we serve some of the neediest students in this entire region. You look at census data, census tract data, we have the most needy students and families across this entire region, as I get to know it, and I've got to know it in the past 3 years. And how ironic it is that that our budget structure is what's keeping us from advancing those investments in our students. So thank you again.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar, and thank you again to the entire team for being with us at 10 o'clock on a Thursday night. We appreciate your time and energy, and we hope that it will be a real rallying cry to take action moving forward.
Thank you, members.
Moving on to item 10.0, the consent agenda. No, before we take a motion, we actually have a amendment. Before the board considers approving the consent agenda, I'm requesting that the board concur to pull item 10.1A, the 3 service contracts proposed for approval under the new title Academic Office to allow staff more time to work with these service providers to finalize the contracts. Do we have an agreement for a motion to approve the agenda with that amendment?
To approve the agenda with the amendment.
Do we have a second? We do. All those in favor? Aye. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstain? None. The motion carries. Item 11.0, business and financial information reports. 11.1, receive information, enrollment and attendance reports for month 4. Do we have any public comment on this item, Ms. Martinez?
We thought you were gone.
We know that we have public comment on this item. Cecile?
I want it noted, I only came up twice this evening.
Remarkable.
But you guys had a lot, and you had a lot of experts who, I think you really need to listen to. I think this was a great board meeting.
My
and I know-
apologies. If I can ask those still in the chambers to please take their conversations outside so we can hear our public commenter. Thank you.
Okay. But anyway, you did have a lot on your plate tonight, and this was very, very important, and a lot of great information, a lot of great statements from all of you that I think are really, really important. And it's so important. I know it's difficult and so hard. You guys have to stay focused. But in talking about what I came up here for, which was the attendance report, there still is concern when I look at the reports and you see certain schools that are still struggling. On the elementary, the average for the district is 95.7. However, you do have some sites that are at 93.11%, which is Leotata Floyd. You have Father Bikini at 93.59%. These are full 1 percentage points, if not 2 percentage points below the average for the district. You have John D. Sloats at 93.41. And I believe it's Bancroft at 94.71. Again, this is going up to December 13th. I suspect over the holidays it will increase, and this is only at month 4. It has a tendency to go down, as you well know, as the years go on. When it comes to your middle schools, you have the average for the district is at 94.59. You have Sam Brannan and Rosa Parks at 93.41%. You also have Kit Carson, 7 through 12, 92.73%. These are warning signals. Fern Bacon at 93.61. I had a few extra seconds.
We have the data right before us. Thank you, Cecile. We appreciate your due diligence in watchdogging this and continuing to ask us to take this into account into the work we're doing.
Yeah, and then the last one, I know I had a few
go
extra
ahead.
seconds. 94.12 is at the high school, and obviously at Hiram Johnson, you're at 93, and Luther Burbank, you're at 93.31, which is really concerning because as the year goes on, it's only going to get worse. I know you have the Be Here grant
Yes.
and doing some other things, but it really needs to because this
But
is
it's
a
going
part.
to end, and we have had several educators come to us very concerned about that ending.
Yes.
So we will plan on bringing a presentation back in front of the board on our attendance work in the near future.
And hopefully it can be district-wide, not just at 20 schools.
Yes, absolutely. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you.
So with that, we are going to entertain a motion to, actually, our future board meeting dates. Item 12.0, our next board meeting will be on February 20th at the Cerna Center, closed session at 4:30, open session at 6 p.m. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Second? All those in favor? Aye. The motion's approved. Thank you for an efficient and very packed board meeting tonight.